Okay. Let's make sure that this goes live. Yes. We have gone live. Chat is open. Let's open the game. You might hear Ortho chair squeaks because she's kind of loud when she does that. But it's okay. Oh, I think she heard me. I'm live, by the way. What are you doing back there? Are you looking for the cat? I think he's out here. Hello, Stennis. Put this over here because reasons. Pull out my notes. Alright, so what I was thinking about, based on where I left off yesterday, I just did a cursory look over of the medical records yesterday. I kind of want to look over all of them and see if there's any information that, because that's the medical database is the only place that has that medical port software, so it would make sense that the mission that I wasn't able to get, actually wasn't there? There was a patch today, wasn't there? I think there was a patch. Maybe it fixes some of this stuff. At 10:59 p.m., so that would have been yesterday after I stopped streaming. What does the news say on this? Patch 2 from August 15th, so they didn't add new news for that. So maybe it'll fix itself when I connect, we'll see. If not, I'm gonna go through all of the medical documents, because there's only like maybe 40. Skim through them, see if anything non-obvious sticks out, because it could be that there's, well, I guess there wouldn't be software, but there could be an IP address. Yeah, so that should stand out. Oh, hi. Thank you. Oh, stop it. Stop it. That tickle. No, you tickle. No. Oh. It doesn't tickle. No, that tickle. Stop it. Just if you're gonna massage my. No, it's right there. Oh, ow. No, what are you doing? The hexagon backgrounds? I know. I've been having honeybee themed backgrounds this whole time. Ever since I got it from that place it was really hard to get into. I'm so out of tune. Playing games like this makes me want to sort of get back into the... Oh, never mind, I shouldn't talk about that. I really like the whole research aspect of, well, really anything. Being presented with a problem that is seemingly at least difficult, if not impossible, and you have to find a way to make it possible. I will show the BRB screen for several seconds. Why? You wanna... Oh, okay. I think I know why. Alright, that's been a few seconds, so I'm going to get into the game here. Log in with TechCat. So let's see if anything's changed due to the patch here. Alright, let's go back to the medical setup. I believe she was looking for color references for the thing that she's doing. Probe. And I think those are at a 53-degree angle, if you're wondering for that for some reason, Ortho. I can double check the original creation files. Probe system. Oh wait, I need to get some shells here. Shell. This game's got good music. Solve, medicate. Overload. I need 4. 1433. FTP bounce 21. Oh, that's right. I discovered what might be a bug. The SQL corruptor works even when proxies are still enabled. Overload. And web server worm 80. And then it will be Protheck. Then we're gonna go through all the records. Okay, there's actually a random entry button too. View scan network again. Maybe I missed something. View file system. Just make sure there's nothing obvious hiding here. Okay. Medical records. John Stalvern. Cymbalta. Nothing here. This guy. Some hospital visits. Private. Just did that one. Stanford. Wilkins. Grant. Kevin Winters. Jane Halliday. Jonas Sandberg. Okay, that was the other one. Elliot Witt. Oh, I should read this. Heart rate regulation. Ivermectin. London Hospital. Notes, due to recurring and critical arrhythmia of palpitation heart, they have been fitted with a pacemaker that can allow some fine-tuning to account for unknown variables without invasive surgery. And they have a pacemaker with IP addresses. 202 6 141 219 and 66 96 147 84. So the documentation and notes are on that one, and the ID is going to be on docs. And this is the pacemaker. All right. I'm fairly certain that, I mean, I don't want to go through all of these. Oh, I accidentally dragged and clicked on the wrong thing. All right, let's go back to the exit database view, log in, complete, view logs, log, rm star. And then we'll hit our, we won't go to our shells yet. Let us DC, and we'll try to connect to the documentation server 96.147.84. Kellis Biotech, using this server. Remote tools for the pacemaker. Mission unavailable, user ID assigned a different faction. Well, we are going to probe. Okay, they have a firewall. So let's start scanning. Analyze. EL BI Bogle? Alright, Sol BIOGEL. Biogel, okay. Web server worm 80. SMTP overflow 25. FTP bounce 21. Sage crack 22. I don't have enough time. Where did that server show up anyway? Probe. Alright, port hack. Trace kill. Okay. Message board. Config caution. Alright. Closed. Sys. Log. Nothing there but my stuff. Move this a little closer. Nothing in bin, nothing in sys. Oh, okay. There's another server here. 111.105.22.1, and this is their some kind of firmware repository for Kellis Biotech. Alright, clearing a security. 1.4 update on 1.7. Okay. Log in as administrator using the details that will per case basis for the client. Micro port. Okay. Port 65 or 6652. Okay. Same thing. Alright, it's probably all I need, so let's remove the... Oh. Because I got a new IP address, and we can take a look at that. Hello, Geek Brigade. DC, not CD. Exit. Connect. 111, 105, 22.1. Probe. What do we have here? Alright, FTP bounced. No, wrong button. Web server worm 80. SMTP overflow 25. I already did FTP bounce, SSH crack 22. SMTP overflow 25 when one of these finishes. Actually, it's probably going to take more than one to finish. Okay. This is idle on soft production server. They also didn't scan for nearby servers at Kellis Biotech, which is probably a problem. We'll do that on this one. Okay. Scan network. No. EOS device scan, and then we'll do the port hack. Not the port hack, the trace kill once this gets done. Trace kill. Logs. Bin. Sys. Home. Projects. Kellis Biotech. Catalyst driver. Pacemaker firmware. Test guide. Whatever test cycle. Okay. NTech. Internal. To all of our new products. Admin 1086.
Unmuted and unmuted. You were unsuppressed.
Hello. I don't hear anything.
Power.
Ah. Now you just sound quiet. I can fix that though.
It's okay. It's probably my levels.
Oh,
so I think
it
I had
is.
I
Hello.
had the. This mic's got 3 switchable modes on it of different patterns. So I nudged the switch.
Oh, is it the blue snowball?
No, it's a M Audio Solaris. It's like a really posh vocal mic that I got at an incredible discount. I got it for like about £100.
Ooh.
And it's like an £800 mic.
Ooh.
But it was end of line because the main sort of selling feature of this mic was that every single mic they made in the Solaris range has a 1% tolerance.
Oh, and this had like a 1.2% tolerance?
No. Every mic in the range has the 1% tolerance,
Oh.
including this one, but it's end of line. So the whole point was that you could go anywhere in the a vocalist could go anywhere in the world specifying a Solaris mic, and when they arrive, that mic is exactly the same as the mic they've got at home.
Okay.
But the point is that when they were end of line, that selling point no longer is worth anything because you can't specify the mic where you arrive. It's no longer on sale.
I see.
So that meant that the main selling point of the mic fell through, so all of a sudden nobody wanted to buy them. So I got a massive discount on what's a really nice mic.
It sounds like a very good discount. And your mic sounds amazing.
It's I plugged it in. I didn't know what it was worth when I bought it. I just thought, "Ooh, that looks nice. I need a mic. That's a good price." And then I looked it up and I was like, "Holy shit! I got a really good deal."
So I looked through medical records and found some IP addresses. I'm currently investigating them to see if I can find a way to crack that that one medical service port.
Oh, yeah. I think somebody mentioned he was supposed to do one of the side missions for that, but if you're brute forcing it, that'd be cool too.
Well, the only way I'm kind of stuck on the train because where I'm at it currently counts as a mission. So if I abandon that, I don't think I can get back on that track. However, a patch did come out last night, so maybe they fixed that part.
Did you check the patch notes?
There were no patch notes.
Oh, bad developer.
Or it could be. I mean, it could be they're being uploaded right now. I don't know how long it takes to.
Yeah, I'll have a poke around for you actually. See if I can find it.
Because I just checked the Steam news page, and it could be that when you submit a patch, that maybe on the Steam side the patch goes out before the news update gets through whatever side. Because it could be Steam's fault that the patch notes haven't been released.
I'll have a look and see if it's they've got it on their own site.
Hehe. Alright, let's try to connect to 6696.147. No, that's the docks. I want the other one here. 202.6.141.219. And I have EA Min TENS 86. No? Admin. Oh. Probe. Maybe I wrote that down wrong. TENS 86. Test guide and tech log star. Let's check out on the Kellis Biotech stuff. Where the hell did that one end up?
Last patch notes I can see is 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Here we go. Got another server off of Kellis Biotech. Analyze. Is it Biogel again? Solve Biogel.
There should be an achievement for brute forcing your way through without doing any of the side missions.
Oh, yes. Well, apparently the way is to reload your save. Which I don't want to do.
Screw doing it the right way. If there's another way through, we can get through.
I mean, it's good that it looks like all of the servers are generated at startup, maybe? Because it looks like there's random, I mean, the IP addresses are random. So it looks like all the nodes that you need to finish the game may be generated at startup, which means I should be able to maybe find clues from one to the other.
Yeah, if it's all... I think if all the sort of information's generated at startup, then in theory... I mean, it looks like the encryption they're using's breakably basic.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's possible that it's a different... Because it was a different offset for each game you play. I don't know, because for it was 1822, I think. Anyway.
It's most likely that encryption key is just generated from whatever the key is that they give you. It'll just be some basic ASCII maths or Unicode maths on the key phrase.
Ooh, there's a KBP port test here. We're grabbing that. This may be what I need. Kellis Biotech Port Tester. KBPT is a utility made for testing and stressing the Kellis Medical Standard Port 104. This tool can be deployed with a hardware package on request to test the device under scrutiny. It is designed to flood the port with traffic. And, see, I could have done this with... Anyway, this looks like it's the tool that I need. Which means I should be able to get into that Intex store, or Intex workstation. I can also probably get into the guy's pacemaker. Because apparently his pacemaker is an internet-connected device.
Fantastic. That sounds like a great idea. What could possibly go wrong? Internet of Things, it's the future.
Well, based on the documents I found around this, it looks like your mission is probably to upload custom firmware to his pacemaker. So nice. I don't know if this is malicious or he wants to like overclock his heart so that he can run marathons faster.
You do know it's only a matter of time until somebody has a phone app so you can control your own pacemaker. And of course, nobody will see the problems with that.
I'm sure some people will. I mean, eventually we could get to the point where there's several biological functions that people have that they could control remotely.
Well, insulin pumps. There's been a few scares around that recently.
What I mean is, I know there's a lot of... When it comes to like artificial organs, previously there's been a move towards making them look like the organs they're replacing. Like the first artificial heart looks like a heart, but now they have one that works really well that doesn't actually pulse. You know, doesn't actually beat. It just is a pump.
I've heard and read a bit about that actually, because that has some really freakish psychological effects too.
He's alive, but he has no pulse.
Some of the early artificial hearts were little turbine pumps, but it freaked out the people that they put the hearts in because they don't have a heartbeat. You're used to having a heartbeat. And the weird thing is you can actually hear the pump.
But
so I don't know whether they fixed that in the modern versions, which means that they've got around it. But
maybe they have some sort of...
about the original ones, it was freaky.
Maybe apparently. They have some sort of like sound, a thumper in there that makes a fake beat every now and then. It's haptic feedback.
That with the engine noise, yeah.
But no, I don't think there's any reason that a lot of, if they do make, say, a replacement kidney, it doesn't need to look like a kidney. It doesn't even need to be where a kidney is. It just needs to be attached to your bloodstream, a sufficient part of your bloodstream, and filter stuff out. They could attach it to your belly button if they really wanted to.
Well, that's the thing. You could have like a hatch installed.
Yeah.
Like, sort of below the rib cage, above the belly button. You could sort of open it. You could have modules you could put in, so you can like upgrade yourself.
Yeah, you could have your super kidneys, which means that you can drink a lot more, or
and your quad liver and sort of replaceable spleen for bikers.
And you'd pull out like the filter, and you just pull it straight out, and you put a new one in.
Yeah, just like cartridge. Yeah, you can just pop it out.
And maybe
That'd be
even
awesome.
things like you have like oxygen boosters. So you have these little canisters that you screw in, and as you're like running, you push it, and you get a burst of your blood like hyper oxygenates.
Or if you're like James Bondy type, what you need is a rebreather and a CO2 scrubber.
Oh God, that would work. Yeah, you could. No, you can inject oxygen straight into your bloodstream that way. You wouldn't even need to use your lungs at all.
Well, weirdly, you only ever need a really tiny amount of oxygen to survive. Oxygen you only need a freakishly small amount of. The thing that does you the damage is the CO2 that you excrete. Basically, that CO2 is what makes you unconscious and ends up killing you.
Well, I know that when you breathe in and breathe out, you've only taken in like 1% of the oxygen that was in that breath.
Yeah, it's tiny, the amount you're actually taking. Basically, if you can scrub the CO2 out of it, a room full of air will last you days.
And of course, in the case of like the rebreathing thing, if you had the oxygen injector in your belly or in your module bay, and you just breathe out normally, like your lungs are constantly filling up, so you can constantly breathe out CO2. That would be
quite
really
handy
weird.
for singers too, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah,
I mean, it'd be like the opera singer out of Fifth Element.
yeah.
What's she called? I forget what she was called.
Pava Laguna.
Oh. How do you remember this shit?
Well, I was like just mentally running through it in my head because I actually, I think that's Chris Tucker's best role as Ruby Rod in that movie.
Well, yeah, but I suppose it's because it uses his irritatingness to the character. He has that natural irritatingness, and he kind of when he puts it into that character, it works because the character's supposed to be irritating.
Yeah. All right, where's this guy's eye? I'm gonna hack his gut. There we go. Probe.
Oh hell, Microsoft kidneys. The secret is suggesting what could happen if you end up with branded organs. Or subscription kidneys, even worse.
Or even it could also inject food, glucose, that kind of stuff.
Or organ DLC.
Oh yeah.
Well, they tried that with CPUs and stuff a while back, didn't they? With core unlock codes. It never went public, but it was tested. It was kind of thrown out by the focus groups. But core unlock codes, so you could buy a dual core CPU, and then later on you could buy a code that you could enter, and it would unlock another core on the CPU.
The other voice is
felt like they were
bunglist.
getting robbed by a dual core CPU that was really a quad core CPU, but in quotes crippled.
Well, sometimes they do that because
They still do it. It's just not marketed like that. I mean, I had several graphics cards that I've modded to unlock extra pipes and cores and stuff.
yeah, but that's not guaranteed because sometimes they actually are broken cores, and I know they have to meet their certain market segments. Like we need 16 million dual core thingamajoozies. Let's do that.
It's very common that within a particular range of processors where you've got several speeds, but the architecture and the silicon's the same, they'll make one chip and then they test them,
Yeah,
and
they
whatever
bin
speed
them.
it gets up to, they knock it down 1 or 2 and sell it as that. So if it fails at 3.6 gigahertz, they'll sell it at 3.4.
Yeah, I don't like the way Intel does it on a lot of features, though. There's no reason. Well, there are some reasons, maybe not for Turbo to be on everything, but there's no reason for. I think they'll have the virtualization extensions now, but for a while they differentiated that. It was really weird in the Atom line where if it was targeted towards a high-end tablet, it might have the virtualization extensions, but if it was targeted towards a low-end, a faster processor targeted towards a low-end netbook, it wouldn't. And
It's a bit of a mess. It gets complicated easily.
yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna try that server now. Let's probe this system. I
want to find out what this new little program you got does.
It runs and it gets into the medical database thing or the medical ports. It's just like all the others, they're basically just shiny progress bars.
Yeah, it's just it's the next key. It's the gating. It's the red key.
It's the red skull key.
Exactly.
Analyze. Overload. W V I solve I W Z F W V 22 web server worm 80 and Kellis biotech port 104, and then we're gonna want to port hack. The port tester uses 400 megabytes of RAM.
What is it with just huge memory usage? I mean, if they'd just done it all in K, it would have made a bit more sense.
I didn't have enough time there. Let's do that again. Alright, I gotta get those again. Shell. Alright. I can solve it faster at least. Test 104. Server worm 80. SSH crack 22. Close. Please tell me you fit there. Nope. Well, once you're gone, I should be able to get you, though. And then we can port hack as soon as that's ready. And then we can trace kill. I mean, the real reason why is because it needs to visually take up space, and it's the balancing of, you can't run them all at once by just pushing a button.
Yeah,
It's gameplay reasons why it takes up 600 megabytes or whatever.
It's arbitrary anyway, really. It's only the geeks that are ever going to care. It's again, like you say, it's rate limiting. It's to stop you just being able to use every tool in every situation.
I'm gonna use my nuke button.
Nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
I mean, I feel they could have probably done it maybe with something like bytes per second that it uses, bandwidth. Because then while it's active, it uses this many bytes per second. That would mean you wouldn't necessarily have memory limits locally. You just have bandwidth limits on your connection. It's the same basic thing, but it may cause fewer nerds to flip out.
True. I don't know. I always think rate is a much less understood concept than size or amount. It's it's that next level of abstraction that requires a next level of understanding. It's like acceleration is more complicated.
It's a
than
hacking
speed.
game.
True. It does require a certain level of understanding.
And there always is a point in the future where you may wonder that maybe in a dystopian future, in order to stay free and have our communications be free, that we may have a lot of actual high bandwidth interconnects, but the data we can send through it is very limited in a way that can't be intercepted.
We're getting to the point now where the actual amount of bandwidth we can shift is huge, but to actually shift anything securely, you've got to pack it up so much that it becomes huge.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Where
I mean, latency as well. If you've got to encrypt everything at one end, somehow securely transfer the key and decrypt everything at the other end, you destroy your latency.
All right.
So technologically, we're pushing way in advance in making everything faster, quicker, bigger. But then politically, we're pushing everything backwards by slowing everything down because you can't move anything securely anymore.
Yep, and one of the most secure ways to move stuff is to have a lot of background noise, and you basically shuffle below the noise floor, which means you have to have a lot of bytes moving back and forth.
Which then gets to the point where 90% of your traffic is just deliberate crap to hide the stuff that you really want to move.
Exactly, which is why you could say that the bandwidth is limited because, sure, in this I do have gigabit internet to my house, but securely I'd only be able to push out, maybe even just bytes per second.
Well, let's just say, for sake of argument, that this has happened already.
Oh, yeah.
And you wanted to create a whole lot of guff traffic to just sort of busy up the internet to hide your real traffic. What sites would those be?
I believe they would be YouTube, Netflix.
4chan.
That's not really so much a high bandwidth thing versus.
No, but that's
versus
very,
video.
very high bad words. Very, very high trigger words. It's just a trigger word generator. If you've got any kind of scanning for things that might be nefarious, 4chan is going to set it off multiple times a second.
Oh yeah, and also shuffle stuff back and forth between Dropbox and Google Drive. Especially because that could require more resources to investigate, because you put up an encrypted whatever, and they have to maybe decide whether or not they even want to spend resources trying to get into that.
Just send large TrueCrypt archives backwards and forwards over VPN.
Yeah. Alright, I am in this, and I am looking for whatever. What am I looking for? I need to read. Okay, there's store, there's some medref stream. Let's see here. As per our talk, here's my written permission to keep the stream on your desktop open. As we discussed, save a copy of this locally to show anyone that questions you on it. If they don't believe you, send them to me. To others reading it, the operator of workstation 008, a Mr. Jura. Let's write this down. 008, Mr. Jorioni. Has a serious heart condition. Software to help him monitor it streams data to his workstation, which we've assisted him to set up so he can track his. Okay. And this is person D-Tag. D-Tag. Got some names.
Well, is it John Bowman that keeps turning up? Did you see who, if you search John Bowman, what pops up?
I think you told me. I don't remember now. It was like a director of something.
Yeah, the director of Zardoz, which is
the
arguably
worst.
Well, the worst stroke best Sean Connery film ever made. Just depending on your point of view.
56 151.1.1 1.12. This is dev, and this is more dev stuff. Okay. All right, we got some IPs. I wonder if this is the password to the thing.
If I had to suggest improvements to this game, though, it would be a way to sort that net map, because that's too messy for me.
Yeah, and also it's not really necessary that much, because you just when you're in the because screen space seems fairly limited. If it only pops up when you want to connect, then it can be taller. It could be the size of the connect window.
Out things that were less interesting to you, or at least give you a way to fade them out, put them on sleep or something.
Yeah. But I do like, there is something to be said about the concept of having everything on screen, though. Sometimes. I wonder if this is the password to the file, this D88ANNX. We'll find out.
Looks passwordy.
It does. Actually, you know, there's this... Huh. I wonder. I may try that out. There was a Hacknet Core or something .dll. I wonder if I can... I think my server may have something similar. I wonder if I replace that with mine, if I get some sort of special features.
Yeah, I did notice there's a few DLLs been popping up now, actually. Interestingly named ones. There was one popped up a little while ago.
Oh, maybe I missed it.
I was going to ask about it. See if I can remember what it was called. It's called Catalyst DLL.
Oh, do you remember where that was?
You were messing about, talking about going into one of the medical servers.
Oh,
so...
it may have been on... Okay, that may not be as important then. Because I don't think... Because that medical mission, I think, was separate and a long time ago, as far as it wants me to be. Because there's a netconfig x.dll. Let's see what that was called again. I believe it was Hacknet OS something. Hacknet_netcore. Decipher.
Can you cat it first and see if there's anything
It's just zeros and
plain
ones.
text in there? Alright.
D88ANNX. I'm going to assume that that Prometheus line was the password. No, that is not the password. Okay. Well, actually, it may be the password. I didn't actually write it down correctly. Okay, that is not the password. But I have more IP addresses.
It must be the password to something else.
It could be... It says Prometheus, so maybe there's a Prometheus user to something.
Keep an eye out for it.
Connect 156.151.1.1. Alright, this one has the availability. This one's called EN Prometheus. Let's try to log in. Well, let's try admin first, because most of them are admin. D88VANNX. Aha! So that was the administrator password to this EN_Prometheus.
Handy. So got anything interesting?
It lets me scan to the Intech mail server, which I think I already had access to. But let's take a look inside. Let's fire up the theme switcher, because maybe there's some... it's just the same one they always use. I keep looking for more and more beautiful themes.
Well, there's got to be some handier layouts as well, because it does seem like it tweaks the layout. So maybe one that moves the net map to under the terminal instead of under the display or something, so you get a bigger display.
There actually is one that does that somewhere.
Because that would be handy for the ones where the text goes off the bottom of the display.
But it doesn't have hexagons. So maybe there's one that has that. Okay, let's start reading here. There's the NSEC project, NSEC Inviolability Project, and there's a deal on here. The NSEC Inviolability... that word.
It's missing an L, so it
I
kind of
know.
hurts me to read.
Alright, the NSEC Viola project is an OS level security layer through which all authentication attempts and admin commands pass. That provides a unique protective level of security for systems against all conventional and many unconventional penetration and security breaching methods. It aims to be completely transparent to end users, except in the case of emergency updates, which are maintained by Intech Incorporated on a subscription basis, and provide absolute security to sensitive and confidential systems. Paired with the Hacknet project, which seeks to demonstrate the flaws in current security systems, NSEC shows clearly why it should and will be the new accepted minimum standard of true digital security and confidence. NSEC, the freedom you want, the security you deserve.
See, it's meant to be jokey, but
Yeah.
its industry is always proud of its minimum standards. And it's like, yeah, congratulations, you're not completely stupid. Minimum standards are just basically, yeah, I haven't done a really awful job. I've done the absolute minimum I needed to do for it to be functional.
Yeah. Congratulations, I haven't completely fucked everything up.
Exactly. It's like a common one you hear popping up on American building shows is, oh, this building's built to code. And it's like, yeah, that means that you've built that building well enough that we can't sue you for building it badly.
Or so badly that you have to fix it now.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, well, that's a nice hint. It's basically telling me that there's phones attached to this server.
Oh, so you've got a phone system to play with. Are they going to be full of contacts and other things?
2 phones found. 2 NTech test phones. Okay, let's see here. Aside from connecting between workstation and the company host server, we also need to support connecting to wireless and restricted OS devices. Alright. The command is...
ePhone 4S. You can see what they're going for there, can't
Oh,
you?
yeah.
So maybe you'll get locations off these as well.
Are these the same file? And I already have all of the EOS devices have the same default password.
Oh, so you've already got access to everything.
On one of the phones, yeah. It was admin and Alpine, I think.
Yeah, that would be amusing if it wasn't nearly always the case in real life.
Oh yeah. Oh no, there's. Oh god. There. Every time I go into a place that has certain pieces of equipment, I'm like, oh, I've used that before. Let me log in. Yep, exactly what I thought. It's password's password or admin or whatever the default was there.
It would be more unsettling if I thought about it more, but since it kind of just chilled me to the core the last time I thought about it, I kind of insulate myself from that. I try not to worry about everybody else's password practices and just concentrate on having reasonable ones myself. It's one of the things that drove me out of adminning other people's networks. It's the users that end up getting to me. If there was no users and it was just the computers and I could keep control, I'd be happy, because then I can just, everything will tick over and do what it's told, and occasionally something goes wrong and I can fix it and it stays fixed. You add users into the mix and everything changes.
That just bounced me off.
So what do you think you're supposed to get from these phones?
I don't know. Well, there's a mail address, N. Stanford. And there's a file called passes.
Which contains...
Passes 113. That's not passwords. That's no. But there's a mail called. Oh wait, here we go. Oh, there's his password. Murloc33.
That's unique and clever and completely secure.
Which means I should be able to use his email account on the on the mail server.
It does seem like roughly each thing it gives you has roughly one major return. So it's kind of each sort of door it opens, there's one major item of loot in that room.
Yeah, there's really no reason this couldn't be completely reconstructed as an actual text-based roguelike where you wander as your @ symbol up and down into rooms and you've encountered a computer. Press hack button.
Well, in a way, games that are named very similar to this, such as NetHack, is exactly that.
I didn't even think about that. NetHack is just too much.
Yeah,
it's the bloatware of the genre.
It was one of the standard things that they had to do in programming courses at uni, rewriting chunks of NetHack, and one of the things I had to do was write a full use a GUI and then a 2D sprite interface for NetHack.
That explains its state a lot.
Yeah, its problem is it's a lot of half-finished university projects by people who are cramming the work in the last 8 hours before handing. So that's why it's just a shoddy mess.
Let me first say that progress has been exceptional despite some setbacks we ran into with the connections module. We've come out of it still within our goal deadline margins. You've all done great work. Enlightening for everybody. All right. So the first email is not that big of a deal. One of our engineers is concerned about the direction of the project. If used maliciously, this could be an extremely dangerous tool we are building. Unless you can guarantee that distribution will be extremely carefully tracked and monitored, I'm not sure I can continue with the project in good faith. It's an exceptional...
Romulus password.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm doing it in order. I mean, I know what's in there. I don't know what's in the other ones. Because, when you go to the thing that contains the good thing, you're like, ooh, look, I just ate all the crunch berries, and then you leave all the good information behind of stuff that you'll need later.
You never have the best bit first. You've got to save the best.
Yeah, especially, when you're like eating like a carton of strawberries or whatever, and they're in season, and you're eating one this one's a delicious one, and that one's a delicious one, and then when the last one you get just isn't a good one, it ruins the entire experience.
Well, then you've got to go get more strawberries.
Yeah, or what I do is I have like half one. Oh, this is a good one. I'm gonna save this one for the last bite. So then you eat the rest of them. So it doesn't matter. Then you still have that reserved last good bite.
I'm like that with steak, though. I've got to save a good bit of the middle bit, the perfect bit, and a little bit of the gravy just for the end. So you get that taste that lingers then.
Alright, Romulus password. There's a Ben Carter here. Let's write that name down.
That's actually the strawberries thing is a weird thing that I've noticed about America. It's a weird fascination that America seems to have, especially American hotels, business hotels. I started noticing it a few years ago. I don't know whether it has been around a long time before that and I hadn't been noticing it, but almost every hotel I went into on the pillow is a strawberry and a little note or something. And it's like, who thought that was a good idea? Because if I'm tired and not paying attention, I could quite easily sleep on that, and I'll wake up with strawberry all over my face and all over the bed. That's just going to be a mess. It's just a matter of time until I do that. I started noticing that it was almost every hotel you go into is a bloody strawberry on the bed.
I've never encountered this, and I've been in a lot of hotels. I mean,
It's
they're
like strawberries
they're
and
usually shitty
chocolates.
hotels. Oh, chocolates, I understand. Yeah, chocolates I have seen, but never like actual fruit.
But not on the bed. That's just asking for me to make a terrible mess of the bed and end up having to pay for a full set of bedding, which maybe is the plan.
All right, and I already had that IP address. Two big projects. First is NSEC, Purity Suite. Okay. I believe that maybe all I can get as in Stanford, but let's check out this other server. This is Romulus. H7.
The references in this game are just all over the place. I mean, of course, there is the classic Greek and Roman naming all over the place. I suppose every network has to have a smattering of that.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember the other day that one whole set of my old university servers were named after Greek gods, and one of them's called, I think, Isis. So I need to check in to see what they've changed that to. Just out of interest.
Oh, they probably left it there because if they change it, everything in the network will break.
That's the thing. It's a server that a lot of stuff links to, so it's going to make a mess when they've got to change it.
You know, if they're in... I'm wondering if I steal their network stacks as they are, if I get their inviolability status.
Oh, well, that would be a reason for the banner, I suppose, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe if it's sort of like a MAC address copying thing idea.
Let me see here, because... Alright, here's something on Bit.
Well, it's the Hitchcockian gun above the fireplace rule, or the Quentin Tarantino red telephone rule, which is if it's there for a reason. And the Hitchcockian rule being if there's a gun above the fireplace in Act 1, it has to go off in Act 3.
That's actually called Chekhov's gun. That's from a different... Yeah.
It was Hitchcock that explained it the way that I understood it, I think. But is it... what was it called? Chekhov?
Yeah, you can look up on TV Tropes or Wikipedia. It'll say Chekhov's gun.
Rings a bell now.
But don't go to TV Tropes. You'll spend all day there.
Just disappear into the... Oh dear. Yeah, oh dear. Wikipedia, that's safe. Yeah. In the first chapter, if there's a rifle hanging on the wall, in the second or third chapter, it absolutely must go off. If it is not going to be fired, it should not be hanging there. Anton Chekhov. My favourite actual Hitchcock one is the MacGuffin,
Oh, yeah.
because that just turns up all over the place.
That's the thing you need to find.
Yep, it's the thing that everybody chases for the whole film that turns out to not be anything. or just be completely forgotten about.
Because it's the journey that matters. I mean, ultimately, that's especially like in movies and stories, that's the case. Because otherwise, they could just sell books that are just endings. It's just like, and I don't know what would be a good ending. What's an ending that's classic that people reference as being an awesome ending? I don't know. They all sail off into the sunset. All 6 lines of that.
Well,
that's
I
not
don't
going to
know.
matter.
See, the ones that I find really compelling are the ones where you kind of have to sit in silence for 10 minutes after you've finished the book because all the pieces are still slotting into place in your head.
And you're like, oh, they explained it in the very beginning with the story that the one guy told the other guy, and that was the
told me the answer
entire.
at the start, but I only get it now.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Yeah. And it's for me, there's only one author that is the absolute master of that, and that's Ian M. Banks.
And I haven't read any of his stuff.
The first book that I got to, the first book I read of his was Use of Weapons, and it's a bit hard to read to start with because it becomes very clear a few chapters in that the author is a hell of a lot cleverer than I am. But after a few more chapters, I begin to like that. Begin to feel safe because he's obviously in control. And you get to the end of the book, and then all of a sudden, it's like you write the last chapter in your own head in 20 minutes after putting the book down. And it's quite a powerful experience. I just sat in silence for about 20-25 minutes and then picked up the book again and started reading from the start.
Okay.
Oh, the usual suspects ending. Somebody's suggesting the Kaiser Soze ending.
Yeah, I mean, would a movie where it's literally just Kevin Spacey walking away? That wouldn't work. You need the entire movie to package that up.
To build it up, to set up that one scene. But then there are other films that do a really bad job of it. Like, which one? It was one of the Oceans films. I think it was Oceans 13. Where you watch the entire film only to discover in the last scene that the entire heist happened before the film started and you didn't get to see any of it.
Really? I mean, those films all blend together for me.
Ocean's 11 I thought was quite good. Ocean's 12 was just going through the motions, and Ocean's 13 made me angry because of that last scene.
Well,
heist films... Well, why make me watch that whole film when it was all just... You've just made me watch the dummy.
Well, heist films are problematic, where they generally work once and not again, as far as...
Well, they can work a second or third or, repeat watching times if they've got enough style and panache that watching the style is enough.
Yeah, but the fact that, especially because they usually have to win, but it has to be tense at some point along the way. So they have to, first they have to, usually they describe the plan, and then you see the plan get executed and it goes wrong some way, and then they pull it out.
Dangling.
Yeah.
There always has to be dangling. At some point, that one of the main characters, one of that you care about, it's established that you have to care about that character, has to dangle at some point.
It happened in Entrapment. It happened in the Great Muppet Caper. It doesn't matter. It's going to happen.
Some tropes are just, unfortunately, once you've read TV tropes for any length of time, you just begin deconstructing films before you've even got halfway through them.
Yeah.
I watched Kill Bill again the other day. I counted 5 Wilhelm screams in Kill Bill.
There's a lot of screams in that movie.
There was 2 Wilhelm screams in like a 30-second segment as well. George Clooney's made an entire acting career out of looking slightly constipated. He sort of looks slightly off to one side with a slightly pained expression as if he's troubled by a particularly spiky poo.
Oh my god, you're kind of right. Because he had too many... 6 hours ago we had some really hot wings. And it's burning his butthole.
That's acting. That's George Clooney acting.
He did it in Batman Forever. Or Batman or Robin, whichever one that was. Everything. Even in ER.
Now you've seen it, you cannot unsee it.
Even on Roseanne. I am not gonna not delete logs. It's a habit. Alright, not sure how long I wanted this report to be. Progress is good. My section, alright.
Admittedly, there probably is one or two films. There's one or two films he didn't do the spiky poo look in very much, which was Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And The Men Who Stare at Goats.
In The Men Who Stare at Goats, I don't know what they did, or what they normally do to him, but he looked like a creepy old man throughout that entire movie.
Yeah, if that was acting, he did a very good job. If it was just the makeup artist, then whatever. Good makeup artisting.
Well, it could mean that he normally looks like that and he is a creepy old man, or there are really good makeup artists on everything else.
Well, have you heard about the sort of pranks that he pulls?
I have not.
Yeah, he has he's a long history of being quite a serious prankster. And apparently him and Brad Pitt have a long-running history of pranks that can end up costing thousands to fix. I don't know any specifics, but I remember watching an interview where he said, it was an interview within the last 6 months, and he said that if you hear about me in prison in 1 year, then if you hear about me getting sent to prison in 1 year, you know from this interview that it was because of the prank that I just pulled last night. He said it's a slow burner, and if in 1 year when it's discovered I get put away, that's why.
I think it was one of the stories that Adam Savage was telling somewhere about a prank that someone wanted to do that would have ruined something. They were working on Nightmare Before Christmas, the stop-motion Tim Burton movie, and in the room that had all of the parts for like the physical, like different heads and
Yeah,
stuff.
all the expressions and stuff.
Yeah, they wanted to blow a whole bunch of glitter in there because on the heavy studio lights, it would have stuck to everything because glitter gets everywhere. You know, you can put a little bit of glitter on you buy some glittered ribbon tape or something for Christmas, and it's all over your house. You're finding it 3 months later. You're like, oh god, why is this glitter everywhere? But in there, with those high camera lights, it would have ruined the entire movie. They would have had to basically rebuild everything from scratch and never touch that room again. All right.
Back in my clubbing days, I used to keep finding glitter everywhere because that was one of the standard things that girls would wear as makeup to come home covered in it.
Oh yeah,
especially wearing black trousers or whatever.
You put it, you just dot it on your cheeks so it's kind of reflective, or on your eyeshadow. For clubs, it's cute. It's adorable. Who doesn't want to be shiny?
Well, shiny, I don't know, maybe I'm showing my age now, but I was actually, for a very brief period, what's called a crasher kid.
I don't know what that is. I think that's a Britishism.
It is, very much so, because it's a club called Gatecrasher. And it had a particular style that developed over a few years, which involved lots of glow sticks and lots of fluorescent paint and glow-in-the-dark paint and
probably
crazy
four-letter intoxicants that start with M and end with an A.
One or two. I mean, I'm sure they were on offer if you wanted such things. There wasn't much drinking of alcohol and a lot of jumping around like an idiot, but it was a fantastic time, and that involved a certain fashion look, which was, like I say, dressed up in, just festooned in glow sticks and fluorescent yellow paint all over the place and UV paint, hair gel and stuff like that. There's no clubbing scene like that in the UK anymore that I know of. So, clubbing scene's disappeared now.
Or you just got too old.
They knocked down all my favourite clubs. So, yeah, maybe I'm too old.
Yeah, you just don't know where the new ones are.
Nobody's told me I'm too old to get told. Sulk. And a creepy old guy asking where the kids go to dance of an evening.
Henry says, I think that scene moved over here. Maybe it did. Okay, so I've gotten a lot of stuff. Let's start sorting through it. Something called Heart. Is it passworded? This is passworded. Let's try that with, no, that's not gonna work. What else did I get? I got a duplicate of the, maybe this one isn't encrypted. I mean, not passworded, maybe. Nope, that one's passworded. It's probably the exact same file. Decipher.
Do you have any leftover passwords that you haven't used yet?
No, but I do have like 6 files to try to decrypt. So maybe some of them have no passwords. And then I gotta run the tool that I wrote yesterday. And manually work through this script. I opened DOSBox accidentally. Oops. Alright, now was that in here? Yes, it is.
I've watched back through a load of those videos for that Pixel guy you linked me. What was he called? Pixel something or other. Hold on, I'll tell you. You know, with the ancient DOS games?
Oh yeah, the Pixel ships.
That's, yeah, watch back through loads of his videos. He's got some really good ones in there, but he needs to do LHX.
Oh, I love that game.
I played that so much. I put hundreds of hours into that game.
Oh yeah, it's I don't know how to describe it, but it's that right level of kind of simulation-y, but also kind of arcadey. Like you just lock onto targets and you can fire at them, unlike how it normally is.
But also occasionally brutally hard. Some parts of the Libyan campaign.
Yeah. And if you die, you lose your character. And there's a chance that when you do, if you get shot out or you eject or land in enemy territory, sometimes you'll get traded back, sometimes you'll never be seen. It's wonderful.
I keep trying to find a good copy that'll run on recent Windows, but they all seem to run way too fast or way too slow or have really wacky graphics.
Isn't the game on GOG?
I don't know. Have a look.
I mean, I thought it was. I mean, I still have my disc of it somewhere, but I know there's a similar game on GOG at least, if not one of the multiplayer ones that came out like a year afterwards.
Nope, not on GOG.
Okay, well, Longbow, which is very similar, is on GOG. And that's multiplayer. Well, Apache Longbow.
I want my LHX attack chopper, though.
Yeah, that totally, that ducted fan technology totally took off for helicopters. I remember reading the manual to that, just sitting down and being like, ooh, this sounds interesting. The LHX was so unbalanced in that game, though.
It was totally unfair.
It was fast. It had too much armor. It didn't have the counter rotation issues.
Well, it didn't fly like a helicopter.
Well, it did.
To be honest. It went up, it went down, it went in the direction you pointed. It pretty much didn't do anything else a helicopter does. But it was, at the time, I thought it was fantastic, because I didn't know any more about helicopters. But I'd still love to play it now.
Well, I'm sure it should be easy to find on archive.org. Because a lot of that kind of stuff shows up there.
There's a Genesis copy used on Amazon.
Yeah, apparently the Genesis version isn't very good. I mean, I wouldn't entirely know.
I've never played it on that. I was PC all the way for LHX.
Seven five three one three one 575 1 2 2 4 6 5 23 internet bit servers.
Thinking back though, when I played LHX, I think on my first computer I played it on, I got like 4 frames a second, and I thought that was great.
Huh. What did I play it on? I first played that game on a 386 SX16 that was loaned from. I think I got more than like 4. I think with low detail I was probably pushing 25, and regular detail maybe like 15.
Was that an SX or a DX?
It was an SX.
That's pretty quick.
Now later I would play it on a 486 DX, and it ran full speed with as much as the game could do.
I think my 486 I was onto Jet Fighter 2. I think was the game I was playing then.
That computer though that 386 was pretty much the perfect speed for playing Wing Commander. Because Wing Commander doesn't scale appropriately. It doesn't lock to any real speed.
No.
It happened to work really well on that particular machine. And obviously, there's a lot of things where you think, all 386s at 16 megahertz are all going to be this speed. There's a lot of stuff that matters, especially in video cards of the time, where
there's a lot of variation.
Some video cards were significantly faster than a standard slow, ISA VGA card that was meant for a 286. Some of the better VLV SVGA cards and DX2s or even DX1s, which you'd think that the gap between the DX33 and the DX266 would be that wide, but it really wasn't, and a lot of it had to do with the fact that the DX2 was the bus speed was still clocked at whatever it's supposed to be. I think it is 33 megahertz, and
compared to the increments now, they were tiny then.
Yeah, and in most cases there is a DX50, not a DX250. There's two different 486s. The DX50 is quite a bit faster because its bus speed is actually 50 megahertz, but a lot of cards have a lot of incompatibilities when running at 50 megahertz instead of 33.
Again, there was a lot of assumptions for timing and multipliers in the clock speeds as well.
Yeah, and then the DX250s are actually running at, their bus speed is 25 megahertz.
And for a while as well, in the gap between the Pentium coming down in price and being sensible, there was, I think, was AMD and also IBM did several DX4 chips as well.
No, Intel actually has DX4s.
Did they do a DX4?
Yeah, and that's actually
Pentium?
3 times the thing.
Because I had several IBM Blue Lightning ones. They were quite those just because those were dirt cheap at the time. I went through a few AMD ones, and then I think I was back to Intel for the Pentium 90, I think.
Yeah, I had a Pentium 90 for a short while.
No, the 60s had horrible cooling problems, and the 75s weren't really worth it, cost-benefit.
Yeah, and the 60s and 75s had the bug. Where, I think some of the 75s did not, but all of the 60s have the FDIV bug.
Which is a stupid bug, honestly.
I lost my place.
But now the architectural differences between versions of chips, there's actually quite big chunks of hardware get changed, even though the performance doesn't seem to increment very much. Some of the hardware changes are quite significant.
Yeah.
We're kind of in a ponderous time at the moment when everything's trying to gear up, but there's no real demand for what's being produced, so everybody's being speculative. Nobody's forging ahead.
Let's see, this ends in a 7. Okay, so that is that server. I really wish I could find the Deckhead program that they talked about.
Deck, we've seen pop up as
Yeah.
a capital thing in other places.
that's
What was that?
That's the thing that you can decipher. And the Deckhead program supposedly allows you to see the header without having to do the thing that I'm slowly and manually doing.
I just mean, wasn't there a server name that started with Deck?
Yeah, that's
at one point?
that's the company that made the Decipher program. There's
Right,
there's
okay.
2 servers, and that's where I got the Decipher program itself.
Right, but it's the other one you're looking for. Is that found in email or something, or is it found on a server somewhere, or is it just the result of that side mission?
It was part of a different side mission that I also didn't get a chance to do. Hello, Dark Electro. I'm interacting with the stream. And a lot of a lot of the reasons why we haven't had that much performance improvement is AMD has been in such bad shape that Intel really hasn't had a need to push performance at all. And they've done what they've done instead is to push the power envelope down. So they could, if we were willing to go back to 172 watt TDP processors like the late P4 era, we could be operating probably twice as fast, if not more, than we are right now. But then we have 100. What are you gonna do with that?
Well, then you start getting back into the cooling troubles that you had back in the early Pentium era.
Oh yeah.
Where they start talking about shipping liquid nitrogen capsules to you weekly.
Wait, did they actually do that?
That was
discussed?
that was discussed.
That sounds. I don't
It was
know.
silly, but this was back when that kind of infrastructure didn't seem like a bad idea. It was still that slightly end of the 80s, early 90s mindset in that once you gear it up, it'll become cost effective sort of thing. It never took off, but there was quite a few packages put together. One of our suppliers was actually offering it.
Uh, 25005. Wait. Bit.
But you did get a lot of silly ideas around then when a lot of the thing, it wasn't quite nailed down what the technology was going to do yet. Everybody was still thinking that you could have a supercomputer for the home and everybody needed that when there wasn't really the software to run on it.
Well,
for most people, I mean.
Space. 1, 2.
You had the geeks that played, and then you had the people that used it to do their accounts on. But you didn't really have anybody doing any really serious number crunching at home. Like, really, games were the only thing that was actually using any significant processing power.
It's actually flipped when you think about it. Because initially,
Kinda, yeah.
like in the early like 8-bit computer era, games were not relatively intensive compared to like spreadsheets, because at the time, just the amount of memory you needed to store the spreadsheet and the fact that the processor you're dealing doesn't even have native integer support past 255 made a lot of the systems that were popular for gaming, like the Commodore 64, not good for that. So games were kind of like an easy thing to do on a computer relative to a complicated data crunching program.
It was quite easy to just throw a sprite around the screen, whereas when it came to doing any significant maths, you ran into all sorts of limits. I discovered that when I tried to write an accounts program on the Spectrum once.
And then you ran out of RAM.
And it ran out of everything. Turns out you can't fit very much in 48K.
But that has kind of, well, it kind of flipped where games became the driving force behind a lot of that. Probably not. It probably didn't start until the mid '90s. I think
It was probably the 3D era when all of
Yeah.
a sudden Doom arrived on the Doom style things with the Spear of Destiny and Wolfenstein 3D and stuff like that. Then Doom hit the shelves, but just Doom only worked because it took so many magical shortcuts that it made something that shouldn't be possible. So all of a sudden there was something to aim for. If we actually put lots of processing power behind this, it would be able to do incredible things. I think I might have caused a little bit of a chat rebellion. They're getting upset that we're not talking to them, and I'm monopolizing you. I'm very sorry.
No, I'm fine. Because what I'm mostly doing is I have to manually decode all this stuff and a lot of numbers.
Hello, chat. I'm sorry if
Hello,
you're
chat.
feeling neglected.
I just really wish I had this program that decodes these.
It would make life a little bit simpler.
Well, I keep losing my place, and I can't copy and paste in this thing. I can't copy out of this and paste into my thing, so I have to manually type it in, and then I have to remember where I was. Okay, there's just space.
You could crowdsource it. Give us all a line. We can type the lines out in chat, and then you can copy and paste it.
Yeah. W240895 O 246 361 R 220853 248183 last words 235429 L 215387 A. Wait, did I get lost? 387 248183. Is this last again? What did I get? BITWISE space LAST. Wait, slash space LAST space WORD. Okay. Okay, so I did decode that. Alright, so that's bitwise last words. That's what heart is. And I don't know how to get into it. Oop.
So, what are you looking for? A password or an IP address or something?
Yeah, the IP address that's in this one is the
What's the 6-character code for period, full stop, and we'll get chat to search for it in the list, and we should be able to find octets with dots between. Is it 291611?
The dots are, I believe, 122465, and I already know where the IP address is on this one, and it's an IP address I already had. It's the bitwise repo base.
Right.
So this one doesn't yield a new file. Now there is the T2 screenplay that I never looked at. So maybe we can log into James Cameron's server and find the original draft for Terminator 2.
I don't know. I've lost faith in the Terminator franchise now. It's so confusing. They've redone it and retconned it so many times.
Alright, so that one doesn't have a useful IP. Let's try the next one here. Two 293. What? Oh, okay. I see why. Wait, that means if that one's there, that probably means that this one doesn't even have an IP address. 162.
There's a lot of 124473s in this.
Yeah. What's also weird is that this one doesn't seem to have an IP address in the header. Or I'm missing it. Let's see here.
Almost all of this file is just 2 numbers. In fact, I can't see anything that isn't just those 2 numbers.
Okay, this one's IP addresses are literally xx.xx.xx.xx. Well, let me double check that. That's x, that's x, that's x, that's dot x, 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 dot x, x, x. Okay. So this one is a strange one. And yeah, the fact that it has, ooh, well, you know that since however the decipher works, this is probably a piece of binary. This is probably an executable, which means these are all zeros and ones.
Yeah.
So
These are zeros and ones encoded as Unicode.
well, actually, now that I know that they are going to be a 0 or a 1, 1, 2, 6, 2, 9, 5. Oh, wait, they are actually zeros and ones.
Yeah.
Wait,
well,
no,
that's
wait.
why
No.
it uses so much damn RAM, isn't it? Because they encode all the zeros and ones as Unicode.
They're not. It's actually the 126295 is a 0, but the 124437 is a forward slash.
7-3. 7-3.
Oh, wait. 1, 2. Yeah, and that's a forward slash.
Oh. Is it a picture? Or are they doing ASCII writing?
No, there's some couple other numbers in there. No, wait, no, that was just my brain farting.
I can't see any carriage returns or line feeds or anything like that. Do they usually have those in as characters or?
I don't know. I mean, it's possible that these are still 0 and 1s, and this is how it represents, the password goes in there that way.
Possibly. Because it looks uneven looking at it on the screen. There's a pattern there of some kind, because it doesn't. The pattern doesn't repeat when you look down each column.
Yeah. Two two 853 D 222675 DE 240895. Wait, 240 DEO 239073 259115 257293 Deonix space 248183 S 222675 E 246361 R 253649 V E R space 228141 H 215387 A this is probably 248183 space HAS. Geonic server has a 2, 3, 5.
Is this about double encryption, do you think?
I don't know. I'm trying to decode the full
I'll,
header.
I'll
here.
let you. I'll let you focus and go and get a cup of tea.
AL 237 251 ALM. This is almost 248,183 250005. That is almost 215387. That's almost 235429. L 242 717 246361 240 895 226 319 246 361 AMS, that's grams, S 25005 is T 226 or 222675 TE TE 248,183 TEST TEST 229963 I 239073 N testing Dionic server. Do I have a Dionic server? I don't. Those are the field separators, those two colons. So this first one is the actual header, where you see decanc up until wherever that one ends, here. Then this next one is the IP address. And then this next one is what the file extension will be named after it gets renamed. So this is probably like .txt or something like that. One 6 2 735. In fact, that one is D.
Right, so those are handy for figuring out where you are in the file then, just when you're trying to decode chunks of it. It looks like they have deliberately left it so that it's reasonably easy to decode.
Yeah. 180955 160913 62735 DMBNC 60913. Okay. Alright, so that's that one. So I would love to find that Dionic server.
You know what you're looking for now anyway. Eyes peeled for it, I'll show it if I spot it. Could it possibly be an acronym for anything, or a short name for anything you already know?
What?
Dionics. Could it be?
Oh no, that's one of the contractor names.
It is. So you know
Yeah.
roughly where to look then.
Yeah, it's a person. So I I know that they're a hacker writing code. Okay, so this one also has an xed out creation IP. $25505 T 675 TE 231785.
Still trying to figure out what they are. There must be some logic to them.
TEJ215387 space logic to what?
It's there's something about the pattern of the 126295 124473 that I don't know. It seems familiar. I'm trying to figure out what it is. It seems too regular.
Well, they're probably meant to be zeros and ones when they're decoded, and that's my guess. Yes.
There's something about the pattern though. 2 2. I don't know. I'll work this out. One moment.
Two 8141 HAS space 35429 L 240895 O 215387.
I think it's ASCII art.
It could be. 220853. Load 248183. Loads 8141 wait, no. Loads of Hi Kitty 219031 C 240895 O 215387 A. Wait, did I? 229963. Wait, did I? That was CO. It was 240895. So 38. Okay. 220853. Two 48183. 24 240895 O and space 24893 S. That one. 226675. 222675. Where was that one? 226. Kitty, you're really annoying me right now. I lost track of where that was. 222675. Where the fuck is that? Alright. ON space, right? Where was that? Kitty, what is wrong? TEJA space has. Wait. SERVER space HAS space LOS space OF space CO. Did I do that one right? Because that one looks wrong. But anyway. 272. Wait, no, this is longer. Okay, 2422717 is a P. Okay. I did something wrong earlier. 229963. Okay, so this is copies. Of 248183. 248183 S 222675 SE 219031. This is probably SECRE. Right? Doesn't look like it. No. God damn it, game. Teja server has loads of copies of SEC. Why do they always have to be on the same fucking line? SEC 251827. 251827. Secure. Okay. U R E, right? 246361. Okay. Secure space. Right? Wait, no. Security space. That's a T. It's showing up in a 24361. R. Two 215387. A. 219031. See, my problem is my eyes don't line up very well.
Taken out of context.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm trying to read this, and because it doesn't even, it's not even,
Yeah.
it's not lined up with itself. It's not a Unicode, or it's not a Unispace font. Or monospace font.
It would be much better if it was monospaced.
229963. Wait, I already did that one. I'm lost in the file again. CER. Wait a minute.
Work out what's the rarest character in the near the end of the text, and then work backwards and find it.
Yeah, I think I get the gist of it anyway.
It's only giving you server names, really, so it's not that helpful if it's not giving you
know.
IPs.
Alright, so I have looked at Tracer, Code Link. One two nine 753 131 575. This is the 32465. Yeah, this is the bit one. Okay. P240895 246361 246. Port 8141. Two two 8141 222 675 215 387 246361 Port Hack Heart 235 429 L. Two 963 L or I H or LI 239073 LINK. Now Heart Link 242717 P 246361 246, not 346. R 240895 O T O T Y P. Okay. Port Hack Heart Link prototype. Okay. Anyway, the reason why I think that, well, if you look, I have a, I clicked on one of my executables, and it's just a string of zeros and ones, which to me makes me think that that's how the executables are represented, which means that the things that I have encrypted are actually executables.
So they're executables that have been somehow stored as a string and then encoded as Unicode, and that's how it turns out.
Yeah. I didn't say I didn't. Well, there's a reason why notes can take up 700 megabytes of RAM, and I think that's the reason why.
It's processing binary as Unicode. That's
Yeah.
what it's doing.
And they're all basically like that.
I wonder if that's even possible, just as some crazy geek mad project. Just to it would be hugely silly, but is it even possible?
Which means it may be possible for me to maybe extract one of these binaries by using the replace function after
Can
making
you
a copy
write
of it.
into a file?
I can replace, which means I may be able to replace stuff with null characters, and if I can do that, I should be able to replace all the zeros with ones. Or, I should be able to guess that it's a 0 or a 1.
So it doesn't have pipes or anything like that?
No, no. I wish it did. So let me try Hacknet Security Tracer, since that one's... Let's look at this one. 126295 is a 0. Let's copy this, which I have to do by connecting to myself and then copying it by SCPing it. Alright, which one did I say I was going to use?
Can you truncate, or can you only replace?
I can only replace.
You could be lucky if you can find one exactly the right length then, but apart from that...
Replace h.exe 126 295 0. One, two, four, 473 1. Two, 50005. Nothing.
The header might be a bit of a nightmare, just hopefully it doesn't process it at all.
Deck ink.
If this works, you're a genius. I'm pretty sure they didn't plan that this was the way that you were supposed to do it.
24636.
Although it would be genius of them if they deliberately left this path open.
We'll see. Well, I mean, it's not like it's an NSA code.
What's crazy is this isn't actually that far from how a lot of this is done.
Oh, I know. I've seen.
It's not exactly that, but it's pretty close in places.
Now, when I worked in telecom, let's just say that I can decrypt any CDMA phones, well, some secret bits of it, and it's not hard to do.
Yeah, the more you learn about encryption, the more you realise that most people didn't bother to learn about encryption.
Well, I know enough about encryption to know that I will never try to implement an encryption algorithm.
Yes, that is the result of encryption 101, or should be. You should realise that it's far more complicated than normal people should ever attempt. You have to be some kind of special maths nerd to even attempt it.
Yeah. If I had 15 years of experience of dedicating my life to that kind of math,
yeah,
maybe.
It's a career, not a short contract.
Oh,
encryption.
Exactly. I mean, the short contract is grabbing a library that is well regarded and using that.
I'll quite happily compare and contrast all of the available popular libraries, pick one and go with it, but nowhere am I even writing any chunk of it myself.
And you need to make sure you use it correctly.
Yes, actually initialize the damn thing. Actually bother to set hashes for things or feed it whatever it needs. And actually bother to try and find a random source that's at least semi-random. Because on some systems that's not easy. Actually finding a reasonably random source is not easy. It's one of the oldest problems of encryption. If what you think is random isn't actually random, what you think is encryption isn't really encryption.
All right. So that doesn't work as it is, but it could be I accidentally reversed the zeros and ones because I guessed, so let's try that. Replace
Worth a go.
0, 2, 1, 0, 2, 1. Okay, that does not work. But I bet when I do finally decrypt this, that will be exactly what it says inside.
Yeah. It'll just be a matter of pride then. You've got to keep the file around.
Oh yeah, I will. Okay.
Change it to prediction.exe.
Well, the whatever program I find is going to have its actual name, so I can leave it as H.
Yeah.
And I have the other one in the other file, the directory. All right. So, did I gather any new information from this?
Couple of computer names.
Yeah, but names don't really help me.
No NetBIOS service or DNS running. You didn't find anything resembling a DNS, or?
No, there's no way to look up as far as I can see. Well, let me review all of the servers that I have logins for. I've got a login for this one.
Did you find out what to do with those DLLs?
I mean, I could try to put them in place, but it's also possible they could break my entire system, so I'm a little nervous to try it until...
Have you been collecting them?
Oh yeah, I've been collecting them.
Because they're the only sort of functional element that I haven't seen do anything yet.
Well, the X server does do stuff, so it could just be that it's there to represent the other stuff that, because if it's just the X server,
Or you haven't found what it's a DLL for yet, so you haven't found what it actually needs to
I
run
could guess
alongside.
that maybe it's supposed to go and price this netconfig X or whatever, but maybe not.
It might be a companion for another executable that you don't have yet.
Yeah. Or it could just be fluff about this is the stuff they're developing and it hasn't fully come out yet.
It's your data MacGuffin. Oh dear. Seems like chat has gone all conspiracy theory.
Jet Li can't melt steel beams.
Nope, you still can't apparently.
I'm going to make that a thing. That has to be a thing. I feel that has enough comedy behind it.
Somebody get on the t-shirt, I'll buy one.
I know. So I can get into workstation 008. Or I was able to. I have to rehack it again. That's a pain in the ass. The other ones I would need to log into, and I don't have accounts.
Any leftover passwords?
We checked email from N. Stanford, whoever that is. We logged into the Romulus server, which is one of these, right? Yeah, here's Ian Romulus. There's Ian Zeus as well.
Is there any significance to the icons and the colouring of the things in the net map?
The green one is mine. The one that I'm currently connected to or logged into or looking at has its own little icon, and it depends on the theme. Ones that I have current direct access to without having to hack, I mean I have a logged account for them, will be a sort of lighter green.
Yeah, they're the bright ones.
And there'll be a different color if I have a shell on them, and then asset
Right.
servers like this have a little star in the center of it.
So I'm just wondering, rule of game design, there might be something that's trying to point out the one that you should head to next? I don't know, it's just, it's a totally shot in the dark, but it's the kind of thing that works in games.
And I still have this sequencer that I've never been able to figure out what it does.
Oh, so I'll have a mess about with that then, see if we can figure out.
Well,
Was that the one that started the clock?
No, the well, I have a clock, but the sequencer just says link unavailable whenever I try and run it.
Oh.
And
Link to what?
well, and it doesn't seem to change if I connect to any of these inviolability servers. That was the login to the Romulus one. Oh wow, I have. Oh. I'm not sure if this is. I'm not sure if this is intended. Let's see if it lets me take a peek. Okay, I need to save first because last time I did it. Okay, last time I did this, I had crashes whenever I tried to do this.
Emails are a bit explosive on this, aren't they?
Insufficient privileges. At least I can see the account names on here. There's RC, Kiki, Bigfoot, Miner Man. Alright, I don't have privileges to see everything, but I can see the accounts.
If you can find admin account for this, then you'll get into there. So that's a place to go next.
Yeah. And this one is not bust-in-able.
Which means there'll be an admin password lying around somewhere.
Well, if you're meant to get into this at all. Let's see. RC is the whoever RC is seems to be the project manager of this thing, and Ben Carter, B. Carter, is one of the contractors. And there's someone called D Tag, which may be one of these other names as well. Let me look through my other things here. Maybe they compare with some of the email account names that I had earlier. I don't think so. None of these look familiar. I'm apparently the best player for this game compared to everyone else. Thank you. And yes, this is the Steam version. And the reason why I may seem to be pretty good at this game is that I have totally not done anything like this ever in my entire life.
Apart from things that are strangely similar but somehow different.
Yes. Apart from things that I'm glad I was a minor at the time, and I'm glad I never got caught, and
Yeah.
I statute of limitations.
One of those situations that, should we be in the world that we're in now and attempted the same things, we would have got into lots of trouble. I never did anything like that. I was a good boy.
Oh, sure. I didn't have an entire list of all of the student IDs at my school, which for whatever reason they had tied to parents could send a check in and they'd add lunch money to this student ID number. But the student IDs were just barcodes, which are very easy to reproduce when you have the number. So it is totally trivial to steal anyone's lunch money and then pocket the money you get from your parents and then create an entire loan shark operation in your middle school and high school.
Genius. Yeah, I compromised the entire bus pass database. So I could issue bus passes to my mates so they could come back to my house when they wanted, and I could go over to their house when they wanted because we had coded bus passes. So I just issue temporary bus passes for anybody wherever they wanted to go.
Yeah, I can see the title of some of these, which could be useful. Let's see. Henry's like, they had computers at your school? I'm like the real acid burn.
We didn't have networking when I started, put it that way.
Oh, we had a bunch of Apple IIs hooked up to each other with RS 435 or whatever it is.
When I first started at primary school, we had BBC Masters.
I don't know what those are.
That was ZX Spectrum. That was the one that beat the ZX Spectrum to BBC certification to be used by the BBC in their TV program that the Spectrum was originally developed for.
Oh.
So we had loads of those.
You're saying the Spectrum is sort of like a government RFP project?
Yeah, it was a failed attempt at making something to meet the BBC specifications for an educational show they were making. And then a few years in, they swapped those for
The micros?
Acorn Archimedes A3000s.
I've heard a lot of British people say that those things were wonderful.
Depended what you wanted to do with them. If you liked to hear disk drives grind and swap disks a lot, then they were great. And if you like sort of like amusing error messages, then they were great as well. If you actually wanted to do anything useful on them, then you got really annoyed with them. But because the networking on them was awful, and to do anything you just had to swap 10 disks and then it would crash. So they were quite annoying. And then I managed to convince our IT teacher to get PCs, but then one of the other lads in my year managed to convince her that she should go with a company that ended up going bust 3 weeks after we bought all the computers.
Nice. What company?
So, ESCOM, was it? ESCOM?
That sounds like a horrible name.
Something like that. They went bust like 3 weeks after, or
Wow.
ESCOM or ELCOM or something like that. 3 weeks after they delivered She ordered, I think, 40 computers with Windows on. They delivered 30 computers with OS2 Warp on and then went bust.
Oh, so they were PCs.
They were PCs. They did arrive, and most of them did work for a while.
And they did run, they could run DOS off.
The solution that they managed to give before the company folded up was to run Windows through OS2 Warp.
Yeah,
So all the machines were adjusted to run Windows through OS2 Warp.
Which, as someone who did that, it worked fine.
It actually did work, but the problem is it meant that all of the troubleshooting was a nightmare. When stuff actually went wrong, all of the Microsoft manuals that the IT teacher wanted to follow didn't work because she didn't have the OS2 Warp manuals. So it meant that figuring stuff out was you just had to just start figuring it out, which meant that I ended up becoming a minor expert in how to get the damn things working again. We didn't have proper networking because the IT teacher was scared of networking all the machines together because she didn't know how it worked. So at one point, we had one machine that went totally... It was wrecked.
Haven't you seen Battlestar Galactica? There's no networks in my room.
That's the thing. If she'd seen Battlestar Galactica, she would have completely agreed with that. But we had one machine that completely died. All it needed was some new files on because there was a couple of corrupted files, but the floppy drive had died, and I wasn't allowed to open the cases on any of the machines.
Aww.
But
That's an easy
null
fix.
modem cable. I happened to have a null modem cable in my bag. So I thought, I can make this work. So I link the two machines together. I get them talking over null modem. I'm sending the files over. And the backup IT teacher, who's the maths teacher, walks in, immediately goes completely insane that I've got these wires all over the place and I'm rooting around behind school computers, and then I've got a smile on my face, which means that I'm definitely up to something I shouldn't be doing.
Well, this is also the lack of knowledge that teachers at that time had of anything. I mean, a lot of them still have trouble, but I remember being called in second grade to the library to fix the computer.
Yeah. It was as the result of that, I ended up being basically the school's IT department for the next 2 or 3 years until they eventually got a physics teacher in that had some IT knowledge, and he took over. But it meant that I got to do whatever the hell I wanted because nobody even knew enough to check up on what I was doing.
Yeah. But you didn't get paid.
It meant I didn't get paid, but it meant that I had access to everything. I mean, really everything. Because they had me fixing they had me literally walk into the headmaster's office. The headmaster would get up and go for a walk, and I'd fix the headmaster's computer, left alone in the headmaster's office. I mean...
Yeah.
At least I realised that if I did anything really crazy, it would have led immediately back to me. So, I was bright enough to have spotted that one, but it did mean that I had privileged access to a lot of things I shouldn't have had access to.
Anyway, to some of the conversation in chat, they're mentioning that there's a Doom version for the ZX Spectrum. There's also recently came out a version of Castlevania that seems like it has really good music. I assume the game's a crappy ZX Spectrum game like they all are, but the music seems good.
I'm struggling to think how Doom could work on a Spectrum.
I've seen it. It's not very
ugly.
It is very ugly.
Just the way the Spectrum dealt with sprites and colours was awful.
Those were the days when you could, this is why a lot of people who entered computer stuff in that time felt that they were really awesome when they kind of weren't, because they were, it doesn't, in the Kingdom of the Blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Yep.
It doesn't take much to excel above teachers who were born in the 30s.
You could get from having absolutely no IT knowledge to walking home from the shop with a box with your ZX Spectrum in it and the book that the man in the shop recommended that you buy. And 3 months later, having read the book and messed about with the computer, you now know everything there is to know about the ZX Spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Not the way it is now.
I mean, there are a few things that you can kind of get a bit like that with. I mean, something like Arduino, I think, is a really good introductory thing because it's simple enough that you can understand what's going on.
And if you have a project to actually interface to something, you get the physicality of it.
If you've got something basic where you've got some inputs and you've got some outputs that you need to give based on something that you need to process based on those inputs, Arduino is your thing because it can run off a couple of batteries for weeks.
Actually, didn't they announce an ultra low power Atmel chip that's
Oh, there's all sorts of them.
like no, like super ultra low power, where like the CR232 coin batteries would power these for years.
Wow. I haven't
Yeah.
seen that one yet.
I want it was announced I think at one of the trade shows this last year.
Well, in my left hand here, I have an Arduino Yun, Y-U-N, which is an interesting Frankenstein's monster of a device. It's half Arduino and half Linux dev board, built onto one board, with a bridging layer between the two of them.
That could be extremely useful if you need to
It is.
investigate. Because you think that, a Raspberry Pi can do that. A Raspberry Pi, it's not very real time. There's a lot of things that it can't do via its GPIO that Arduino
It
does
really
very well.
struggles with PWM, and it really struggles with analog input and output.
Yeah.
The
And
PWM on the Raspberry Pi is crap.
yeah, the BeagleBones do a lot better. Like the Beagle.
Yeah, the BeagleBone Black's really nice.
Yeah. There's a new version of that. The green. I don't know what's different
I've not
about
kept
it.
up with it. I'll have to look into that.
I think it has about the same specs. There's some kind of difference. I just heard that it was announced and I was like, oh, it's exact same spec as the black. I'm like, well, then why does it exist? I think maybe it's cheaper or maybe it has a different
Yeah.
I/O layout. I/O.
Well, a lot of the time, it's the differences are minimal unless you're actually into the point of messing about with programming stuff yourself with a chip programmer and that sort of thing. I mean, if you're into the shields and stuff like that, it's probably just lower cost.
What if it's more cost? I don't know.
Usually they'll find a cheaper set of chips, or one manufacturer will go out of business, or a chip will get too expensive, or something like that, and they'll have to redesign part of the board.
Let's see. Right now, Ortho has one of the Sparks, and I have a Teensy that I'm using for a project. That's our only Arduino footprint right now. And I've got a couple Pis. I've got 2 2s and 1 A+. The A+ I want to build into some sort of like Game Boy-esque portable, which is why it's the A+, because that has smaller footprint and uses less power. I want to build that like a retro 80s 8-bit / 16-bit-ish looking computer, or home, quote-unquote home computer, in a keyboard case thing, hook it up to an old monitor and play old, because there are a lot of old games of that era that I kind of want to play, because a lot of people say they're great, but I don't have the when you do it when you're sitting connected to the internet with high resolution displays and widescreen mode, you miss part of the experience that you would have had otherwise. And I want to sit down and play Ultima 4 on that kind of setup, because I don't think I'll ever be able to play it otherwise, unless they make a soft remake of it that makes it more modern. I was doing something. I was trying to get back into server 8. Yeah, the Pis are fun.
They're better now, the Pi 2 is.
Oh yeah, the Pi 2 finally has enough RAM and it's finally fast
Yeah.
enough.
actually capable now.
Yeah, I
It
compile.
could do with a faster network port.
Oh well, yeah, because even though it has 100 megabit Ethernet and
It's
USB
not
2, no, the way it's wired is they're both basically capped at something under 20 megabits a second.
Yeah, it really struggles with decent throughput. I've tried using it for a few things like that and had to change my mind.
Yeah, but if as far as how much faster it is, what is it?
It's a lot snappier. The extra cores make a big difference to snappiness of interfaces.
Well, also each one of those cores is a lot faster. I built a version of DOSBox using the dynamic core and a couple of other optimizations, and I was pushing kind of crappy, kind of decent 486 numbers. Like Doom is playable in DOSBox on that. I mean, obviously Doom is absurdly playable if you use a native source port, but
Yeah, it's I think although the benchmarks aren't really fair and whatever, the average sort of numbers that you were getting out of the benchmarks is roughly twice as fast-ish.
Yeah.
So 2 to 2 and a bit times as fast.
So
and it is noticeable using them.
well, for DOSBox, for example, the original version, you could maybe get lucky to do a crappy low-end 386 at its best, and now you can do low 486. There's a lot of so that basically brings up to the early 90s in old gaming if you're going to use DOSBox, which is what I'm going to do on my thing.
It's pretty cool for a device that's so cheap and small as well.
Yeah. I kind of want them to make a slightly more expensive, let's just say connected version. It has a gigabit Ethernet port. It has 2 HDMIs, maybe even 2 display ports. And
they will exist. It's just sourcing them. They just won't be as well supported. There's dev boards for everything. It's just a case of finding them. It does mean as soon as you go off the beaten track, you don't have all of the documentation to back you up. You have to go off the original documentation. But it's not that hard. I mean, if you want Linux on it, for instance, you're probably going to have to take their Linux version to start with, figure out what it does differently, and then if you want something advanced, build it yourself. But if you're not beyond compiling your own kernel, then it's not a problem. And once you've done it once, you can replicate it. But there's dev boards that have much more powerful things. It's just that something like the Raspberry Pi is mass produced, cheap, and available. They're everywhere.
yeah, and I kind of want an upscaled Raspberry Pi, like actually under the project, because that is a certain amount of mind share. And I think because a lot of people end up saying like, can I use this to hook up to my TV and watch Netflix or play emulators? And a version that was more built around that, I think could do very well, even if it's $49.95 instead of $35.
It just needs a few extra things plugging onto the board, really. I mean, for that kind of thing, it needs a real-time clock, which the Raspberry Pi lacks. A proper clock, because that's faked on the Pi, so it does mean the clock drifts over time, and that means that it's actually not that good for any streaming services.
There's
clock drift.
There's a lot of people. I mean, you can build your own clock into it with, you could build a module for that.
Oh, there's little plug-in shields and whatever you can get for that. And I think they're about a few dollars sort of thing.
My brain. I was in the middle of doing something. I had something to say, and now my brain doesn't work. You're like, I have a Stratum Zero clock by directly attaching a GPS device to my Raspberry Pi. My clock is space.
It's not long until now we have chip scale atomic clocks. There's a couple that it's theorized to be on the market in the next few years. Because I've been reading about the British shipping backup for GPS called the ELORAN system. But the problem is that the ELORAN system currently relies on, at least partially, on GPS for clock timing. So if GPS goes down, the ELORAN system's going to go down as well. So I was reading about the attempts to unhook ELORAN completely from GPS. It's basically just a method for docking ships in port when people decide to get cheeky and block GPS signals, because one of the problems with GPS signals is the radio signal from it is incredibly weak, so it's dead easy to block it or mess with it otherwise. You can buy a GPS blocker now for like $20-30 or something, like the size of a pen. Anybody reasonably capable at electronics could build just a really noisy device in the right range.
Yep. Or a government. Which could be useful if you're worried about drone strikes, that kind of thing.
Well, I'm at the point now where I'm on the edge of setting up a special second part of my network for Windows 10 users and for Windows Phone users, so that they don't share my network key with everyone. Because that's one of the wonderful features of Windows 10, is that by default, if you give somebody who's a Windows 10 user who's just got the default privacy settings, your your Wi-Fi password, everybody in their contact list also has your Wi-Fi password now.
That is amazingly... I don't
Yes.
understand.
Genius, isn't it? What could possibly go wrong? So now I'm having to create a second special Wi-Fi network, which is going to have a passkey that changes every day. And it's going to be going to be sandboxed from everything else as well.
How does that even happen? I don't...
It seemed like a good idea to them.
Why?
Don't know. That's outside my area of knowledge. I have no idea how they could possibly think that was a good idea, but they obviously did. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, you've got to put opt-out at the end of your SSID, because everyone's going to do that and then go around and change all of their devices to have opt-out at the end of the SSID. Thanks, Microsoft.
Wait, you actually have to put that at the end of it?
That's their workaround, is that you change the SSID on everything that you don't want them to hoover up and spray all over the place.
That's got to be some kind of like DMCA violation or something, where they
pretty
get
much.
like 3,000 DMCA things per second.
It's certainly a sensibility and logic violation more than anything else. I mean, but the problem is, it pretty much epitomizes Microsoft's current approach to privacy, as in, your privacy is not our problem, so we're going to piss it up the wall.
Not even Google does that. And they made you sign up for Google Plus to use YouTube.
Not anymore. That was unhooked last month, I think.
Oh, I know, but they did initially.
Finally. But yeah, Google Plus can die in a fire, as far as I'm concerned. I think I signed up to Google Plus before I even knew what it was, when I was messing about with it, and I campaigned to have a way to unsign up from it. And I was one of the first users on the beta for the unsign up process for getting out of Google Plus. So as soon as the unsign up feature appeared, I was one of the first out the door.
All right, well, this user is called Joseph Girioni. And this is the one that angina, blood flow, patient is outfitted with a regulating monitor that can alert them when SpO2 is low. This is not a pacemaker. Okay. I'm going to email this to myself. I don't know my email address, so never mind. I guess I won't. Let me see if I can see any of these other people. Well, I have some last names
This
now.
isn't spooky at all. This is, because things like this are going to exist. Someone's going to be stupid enough to do this at some point.
Oh, they already do. It's a hospital. You think Microsoft security's bad? Go to a hospital.
Oh, do a bloody Wi-Fi. Just do a Wi-Fi scan walking through your standard hospital ward, and it'll scare the crap out of you. Mm-hmm. I used to ward drive for fun everywhere I went, until it just started scaring me too much.
Until
and
it
I
no longer
decided to
became
stop.
fun.
Well, until I realised that actually the whole world is so full of holes that looking for holes is just going to upset me.
Alright, what other names do I have? Tag. There is no one with that name. Stanford. They have a record. They're allergic to cats, garlic, and peanuts.
Is there a peanut flavoured cat delivery
I
service?
know.
I don't know, garlic. Deliver a cat that's eaten a meal of garlic-covered peanuts. Mm-hmm.
Garlic peanut cat.
Yeah, I think garlic's probably. Yeah, there's probably the T-shirt in that as well. But just as an aside, I'm pretty sure garlic is very bad for cats because I know it's very bad for dogs.
You're probably right. It's one of those things that they may not be able to process because they're not people.
Yeah, so don't give dogs onions or garlic. It's bad for them. People, don't do that.
Alright, those are the names that I have. There's an academic database. Okay, none of these people have degrees.
Does it do substrings? Like, can you just type A and it'll give you everybody with A? Or does it do wildcards?
I don't think so. Plus, there's only like 12 people with degrees in the entire world. Star.
In the International Academic Database, there's only 12 people with degrees.
Yep.
I suppose it makes hiring easier.
I know. Well, maybe the reason why there's not very much
doesn't
RAM
mean you fire all the HR people
and all this bad
no,
software.
That is a good thing.
Is it maybe this is a post-apocalyptic world? There's only like 100 people left.
And 12 of them are devs.
Yeah. Well, it could be that it was some kind of strange electromagnetic storm that didn't hit the data centers. It was like reflected away from them.
So, bad news is the human population's going to die. The good news is we'll have 99.9% uptime until then.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so let's think. What does V actually want? I've been around a while and I've never seen anything like this. It's a bit too early to call it unbreakable, but this is new, different. And tech, they make some shitty antivirus. Front end stuff doesn't look fancy. Looks suspicious as hell. Okay, take a look on your end and see how far you can get in here. I don't know if it's just me, but this feels like a way better lead than I was even hoping for. Ping me back when you think you've seen as much as you can. Be thorough. Do I feel like I've seen as much as I can? There is a couple. I mean, I think there's like 2 more things I haven't done.
What's with the capitalization on thorough?
I don't know. There's a lot of typos in this game.
There is.
Okay. There were a couple of files that were encrypted that I wasn't able to get into that I picked up a while ago, including the CEXE contract, the CSEC encode, and is that it? Okay, yeah. These are the 3. I think.
Do a quick look for IPs.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm so used to the bash way of tabbing that this thing jumps you back instead of just. All right. 164-371. It's an E. That's not it.
You just always expect the autocomplete to work. I was expecting up and down arrow keys to work as well to go through my previous commands.
Yeah. 126, 109, 27931, 101. So this. Is there any ones that I have that start with 101? I think that would be one of these deck servers. Alright, let's see if this ends in 154.
On the topic of hacking, you do remember that the Jeep hack? The disabling the Jeep while driving?
Yeah, what about that? I heard there was some more data on that came out.
Well, they've now expanded it, so now they reckon they can now stop all Mercedes-Benzes,
Oh, I heard that.
all
And
BMWs,
yes.
and most Audis as
Can
well.
we please stop all of those? Because there have been studies that show that people who drive BMWs are the biggest dicks.
They used to be. Now Audi drivers are really
okay.
trying hard to take the lead. But,
Okay, but can we shut them all down? And they're like, my car's fast. Like, your car doesn't fucking run because... yes, I want that. I want that
fast
chaos.
in a straight line, but you still need to know how to drive it to not crash it. This is the problem. I don't know. Mercedes drivers tend to just be oblivious to everything else on the road. Audi drivers tend to have no concept of braking distance. They tend to think that they should drive right up the butt of other cars.
Alright, let's see where this one was encrypted. 131575 3. Connect 3. 138863 7. 122465 is a dot. 37.
I did think of an interesting hack that I don't think anybody's tried, which is I wonder if there's a colour of light that can throw off the impact sensors on the front of cars. I reckon with either a colour of light or maybe chaff or maybe a paintball gun or something, you could trick a car at highway speeds into braking extremely hard.
Well, not all cars have that kind of thing.
No, but a lot of for instance, all the new Volvos do, and all the new
But is it? I imagine
high-end Mercedes do.
Wouldn't the impact sensor be purely mechanical? Like it actually
Well,
has something
no, because
that gets kicked back?
it's a combination of sensors. That's why they're a little bit difficult to trick. Most of them have combination of laser range finding, visual sensors, and what is it? Because they don't use the ultrasonic, they use the light one. It's not laser, but it's
Infrared.
no, it's an interferometry based one, I think.
Okay.
I can't remember. I remember reading about it. It's some complicated sensor thing that I didn't think existed, but it turns out it does, and it's on the market.
Well, the laser one probably breaks itself all the time, so it's not fully trusted to begin with.
That's the thing. None of the sensors seem to be perfect sensors.
Yeah.
So I would think it's a sort of quorum thing. So all you've got to do is trick enough of them. You don't have to trick them all.
Well, I know that sometimes, like if you're in a car like that and you're driving in snow or ice, it'll give you like warning lights that says something the system's disabled.
Well, there was this was a very old hack that was discovered. The Ford Mondeo. I don't know what they're called in the US. There's probably a variant of them. But it was one of the first Fords released that had an airbag as standard. And they made a slight design problem. There's a design faux pas with it. They put the sensor for impact right behind the number plate, the reg plate at the front. So, and as part of the crash reaction, it unlocked all of the doors. So people quickly discovered that if you walked up to the front of a Ford Mondeo and kicked it really hard in the registration plate, the airbag would go off and all the doors would unlock. So you just get in, tear the airbag off, throw it out the window, and you've got a car you can basically hotwire and drive away.
I think I've seen that in, or a version of that in some sort of TV show where they basically grabbed something, they hit the front of it, ripped out the airbag, and drove off.
Yeah, it's a well-known hack. You've just got to hit it hard enough to convince the car it's just had a crash. The scariest ones are the amplification attacks because they work on pretty much all keyless ignition cars. Have you seen those?
Hold on. I found a new system. This is Jason's LacBook Pro. This is the one that had the T2 screenplay.
Ah, so there might be something else in interesting there. Maybe the T2 screenplay was it was an interesting thing to throw you off the scent.
I don't know, maybe this guy has the deckhead code, because that would make my life a lot easier.
Danger.
Danger.
Not foreshadowing at all.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure that all the ones that have actually been dangerous have been random. So that means this one, I mean, I'm not even being traced.
Yeah, haven't been hacked back in a while, have you?
I've been getting good about locking it. I've just been getting good.
Get good.
I just done get good. Let's scan for a phone. There's some folders here with some bash logs. Here's danger.txt. Why is the word danger so good? Not just danger.
It's
danger,
a really good
all
word.
caps.
Danger.
It's just objectively the best word. Best zone, the danger zone. Best middle name, danger. I believe this may
No,
be
it is
telling me
true,
this is a
yeah.
password or something now. Who do I have that starts with a J in their name?
I kind of want a sign that just says danger on it to actually have as art in my house. Is that kind of twisted? You know, like sort of like red stencil print or something, like a Half-Life 2 sort
Yeah.
of like decal. I always thought the radiation logo was kind of attractive, and also the biohazard logo. I don't think I'm supposed to like those.
Oh, whenever I
that's
make
pretty much not the point.
whenever I make quesadillas, I cut them into the I put them into the nuclear triangle shape.
Yeah, you're not a nerd at all.
No, I'm not. Okay, the IP address is the same on this one. Well, let's just try to decipher this where we are. Oh, I probably know the password to this now. His password is
Yep.
danger. Actually, this one's not even encrypted. Or isn't even passworded. Galactic Heroes Legend. Chapter 1, Penetrating the Stratosphere. Chapter 2, Deep Impact. Chapter 3, Reverse Thrust. Chapter 4,
Yeah.
All the Way to the Heart. Chapter
No
5,
theme here, is there?
Heavy Tremors. Chapter 6, Attack on the Rear Admiral. Wait a minute.
Be careful, you'll be setting Secret off.
Chapter 7, The Four Spoils of War. Chapter 8, The Depth of His Gratitude. Chapter 9, Regrets, Fears, Desires. Chapter 10, Explosions in the Deep. Chapter 11, Following a Strict Rhythm. Chapter 12, Gently at First, but then with Such Fury.
So, is there actually text in each of these, or is it just a list of titles?
There's no text.
Oh, what a letdown.
So let's decipher T2 here. What? Danger isn't the password. Maybe I need quotes around it. What? But he just talked about how danger's the best. Now this T2 screenplay vexes me. It would have made sense for the password to be danger.
It would make better story sense, but is there something else?
Well, this person. All I know is that this is someone named Jason. Do I know any Jasons who?
You wrote the names down off that email server before, didn't you?
I
Was he in there?
But they were just account names, not full. There's several Jasons that I've run into, I think. In fact, I think there's another Jason. Yeah, there's a Jason's PowerBook Plus over here, which I actually use as my shell system, or one of them.
Yeah, I wonder whether if you get all of the achievements for this game, you just get on a watch list.
Yeah. Okay, his login password is admin danger, but the T2 screenplay is not danger. All right, let's see if I'm missing some more stuff in that directory. Okay, other doc things that are encrypted. We've got that one, CEXE contact. All right, so let's look at this one's IP address. Eight 8863 133397 74 dot something. All right, let's see what we got here. 127931 1. Wait, did I do that right? Yeah. 129753 2 135219 25 dot 129753 2 131575 23 138863 237 dot 129731 1142507 9. Could not find computer. Maybe I typed it wrong. Let's double check that. Home.
There's a lot of number copying. It's easy to get something transposed.
Yeah. One 142,507 is a 9. 127931 is a 1. Then we have a dot 122465. Wait. I missed one, I think, right? It's 119. That is the email server. So that one was encrypted on the email server. Okay. Oh man, graboids. Don't even go there. I was literally.
Yeah, it gave me memory pangs.
Well, not only that, there was a really funny thing during, I think, the Spawn first birthday. I think it was what it was, where Co-Star used his Meatwad voice to tell the story of Tremors.
That would have hurt.
Oh, there's a video up of it somewhere.
For some reason, his meat boy voice just seems to tear everyone apart, and me too as well. I just can't cope. It's genius.
I have no idea where this video is. It's probably on, if there's a YouTube channel for the Spawn Net or something like that, then that would be where it is, probably. But, oh my god. I think I still have some of the raw footage on a machine that is now on the floor.
Archiving.
I don't... we don't talk anymore.
Straight out
so
the
it's
window,
not
and
even
it's off-site archiving.
Yeah. Not cat. I need to use my thing here. 127931. What is the CSEC one? Or the deck? It's 101. Well, this isn't that. 137041. It's 16140685. It's 168. Alright, what does any of these start with? 168? This might be the Microsoft server. Let's see if this is a 61. 168.137041.6 127931 61. Okay. Dot 140685 81, right? Where's 81? 82. 129753. Alright, let's 246. Well, there's a 2. 133 397 4 1 3 5 2 1 9. Wait. 245. That is a new one, I think.
I mean, this might sound mad, but you could try a sort of manual kludge range scan of a few of these, just to see what you hit.
I have been thinking about that. I'm not sure if I've gotten into this server before.
It's a shame you can't log to a file, because you could write some kind of a key macro that would that would do all the commands for you.
Oh god, yeah, I'd be done already.
Ah,
Looks like the Doom one found it. There's some hilarity in there. Okay, I don't think I've been in here, or I've deleted the logs. It has work logs. Job, encode file, arguments, file, lemonstealingwhore.avi. Output, seriousbusinessdocuments.dec. Compile source, main.cs, output winc underscore debug underscore not release. One error is found. Encode file, wince firmware specs, password beep beep. I'll write that down.
oh.
Beep. Beep. It's possible that if this is the same user that did this, that's the password for the other thing. Compile that again.
Windows CE, the last decent Windows for mobile devices.
Okay, encode file Naruto X-rated collection.zip, output printer drivers.dec, password is believe it. Alright, so I don't think I made it in here. So let's try those passwords on the file that we have. Decipher. Oh! This one's code is beep beep. Watch it be Naruto porn. WinC firmware specifications. WinCE firmware, the development of firmware drivers used in embedded systems. Okay, none of this information seems useful to me right now. Documentation that may be used on a mission, but maybe it's a mission I haven't been on or don't have yet.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like anything useful in there.
And the fact that it's called CSEC encode means maybe it is part of a, like, they sent it to be part of a mission, and I never did that mission. Because there's two. There's one that's like decrypt a file, and there's others like, I don't know. This could have been the one that led to the deck head that I never got.
What's that Decky test build and stuff like that? What's a PD build database?
Those were on the Dex server. They just seem to contain random data. Though maybe they are zeros and ones and not spaces, so maybe I'll try to convert them to EXEs.
I'm just thinking, because usually the names in this seem to be at least pointing in sort of suggestive directions.
No, it doesn't seem to be an executable. Okay, that's not the password for that one. Okay. So that CEXE contact, where this, no, the one that, yeah, this one, I didn't, let's decode the header on it, the full header. 197176 W. Wait, no, the header decoded when I did that one. No, I already know the header of that one, because that one spit it out when I did it. Because the decipher tool does that.
Does it? Does it give you the
at the very
plain
end it
text
does.
even if you don't?
Yeah, it says WinC firmware specifications. But the other one, I don't have the ability to get that. Let's see here. Which one was that? That was this one. So this is the one I will try to decode the full header on.
And that encryption source IP it gives you, that is the IP that you found that file on, is it? It's not giving you a different IP.
Hold on.
Just because it seems strange to include that information there.
That means that's intended to mean the system that the encryption software was run on to make that encrypted file.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering whether, for some reason, that popped up in my head as looking different to the previous one. It was 168, which was the media thingy server.
Yeah,
was it the last?
That's the
octet
Microsoft
look different?
No, because that's how I found it originally.
Oh, okay.
By looking at that. Two 19031 246 361 25 222 675 20853.
Oh, speaking of awesome music. Sorry, actually, are you thinking? Shall I be quiet?
No, go ahead.
Something I thought you might like. I found one of those weird corners of YouTube the other day when browsing for music, which is music in a major key that's been rekeyed into a minor key, and music in a minor key that's been rekeyed into a major key. Some don't work, but orchestral things and sort of video game music that's kind of like beepy seems to work really well. And the Tetris theme is in a minor key, but when you put it into a major key, it sounds incredibly happy. It's really weird.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, and I was thinking actually it'd be really cool to I was going to make a playlist of all of them and then just use it as a streaming playlist and not mention that all of the songs in it are rekeyed and wait until everybody's complaining that the music sounds weird but awesome.
I will need to know this.
I'll see if I can find the video. Yeah, the best guy I found was called Oleg Berg. I'll link it. There.
229963.
It sounds similar but subtly different. It's kind of, and then if you know the original one, of course, very well. It sounds kind of, it's weird, very familiar but also very different at the same time.
Wow. Sounds so much happier, you're right.
There's a link to the guy's channel. There's loads of things on there. Just pick out whatever you like the sound of. For some reason, the Indiana Jones theme, because orchestral things work really well as well. Oh, and there's Super Mario Brothers in a minor key. Just sounds really strange. It's like really spooky Mario Brothers.
Okay, so this just says Encrypted Messaging Systems Incorporated.
Does it have an IP after that, or is it just the name?
This is an IP that I already had.
Oh, right, okay.
Which was one of the ones that... I don't remember which one it was now, but it existed. Um... Oh, this is the one that was on the mail server. Yeah, that's right. You know, I'm gonna guess that maybe we can... Because the password thing is stored here, but we haven't tried to break that. I wonder if it may be possible to take a password that we know. Maybe we said the one that was beep beep. And let's take a look at that.
Oh, yeah, and then see if you can figure out from the other way. That might be interesting.
Yeah. Especially because beep beep repeats, so that should probably be a good one to try.
Well, it's using Unicode, isn't it? So what was the offset that you were using?
943.
So,
Hold on. I think I did that one. Okay, that is the IP address one. That's the header. And this should be what it ends in. This should be .pdf. Yes. Okay. So 218943. Did I do that one right? C. L A M B Feels like it's missing something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, it's 7 characters.
Hmm.
And the passcode is 8.
And it's spaces at both ends, is it?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's verify that I have the correct password again. Maybe, you know, don't want my brain to... Yeah, okay, that's the right one. It still seems to have the same shifting things. So it's all lowercase, which is like it is here. But it's missing a letter. Which could mean...
Gives you one of 26 options. Well, at the start, and then one of 26 options at the other end. So that's only 52 options total. So that's brute forceable if you can be bothered.
Well, it doesn't have the same repeating pad. Let me edit this. Alright, let me put all these in a frickin' something. Where is it again? 218943. Two, 3, 5, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 5, 2, 9, 9, 2, 3, 7, 1, 6, 3, 2, 1, 7, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 8, 9, 4, 3, 2, 1, 7, 1, 2, 1. Fuck. Oh, actually, 2. Plus 1. Temp.sh. Okay, so it's CLAMBCB. Wait, is that what I wrote? I might have mathed one of these wrong. Two 18943 235 341 215 299 237 163 217 121 218943 217 121. Okay, so those are correct. So and we know that that somehow equates to beep beep.
What's this? Your offset. You figured out what your offset is compared to the password, is that? Or?
No, I'm... Well, what would beep? So beep would be what? Oops. Alright, let's think about this. So I mean, it's somehow packed 8 bytes into 7. Now there's a couple ways to do that. Especially when you don't really need that much to begin with. But the offset of the 1822 seems to be consistent.
Even no matter what the password is.
Well, we do have a couple other passwords. Oops. Let's see if we have a somewhat similar example. What's one of the ones we've been able to decode? There was the danger one. That was GHL chapter list. So let's take a look at this one. 164 371. Wait, no, this one wasn't even. That one wasn't even coded. So no, I can't use the chapter list. Let me double check that. Okay, that one was not passworded. Okay, let's think. I know there's at least one of these that I found a password for. There's actually some on the stupid server with the douchebags, and those passwords are L something. Where's the Deck Solutions mainframe? Staff. Alright, personal notes.deck. 201-493 217-891 197 849 219-713 199 671 201-493 199 671. That's different, and this one's code was Delatro, so this is DLEATROU. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so here's another 8-letter character that becomes 7. Now maybe they're all 7.
Possibly.
Yes, the 7-character version of the password works.
Ah, so it's only checking the first set.
Okay, that's good.
Good to know.
That is so... Wow, that's like 1988 kind of shit.
Oh, what was that service recently that didn't check a password on the login form?
I don't know.
There was a really popular one, I forgot what... Oh.
Okay, so maybe these are all just a standard offset for each one. So... let's find out. Oh, let's also double check that I can decrypt that beep beep one with just beep B. Yes. Beep B functions.
So, have you tried that 7-character password you had?
You mean as the password?
As the password for the... Oh, no, you already tried that, didn't you?
No, I already did. I more want to see if I can find out whatever the offset is for this. Let's test this one versus that one. So if C is B, that means it's off by 1, which means that on this one, it's off by more than 1. So what's the transform that gets you to a B? It's just 1. But that one is far wider. Alright, well, it's not consistent. Because they both have, as the third character, an E, and they don't have the same thing there.
Right, so it's not actually telling you the decryption key in the top.
No, it's different than it should be. And the pattern here doesn't match it either. I mean, since it's beep beep, there's 2 E's in a row and then 2 more E's in a row. And there's no... Yeah. Well, actually... So there's...
Unless it's just reducing the password as text to an integer, and then that integer is the offset.
That is a possibility. I need a second terminal here because I need to open up BC. Okay, let's think. Wait a minute. The decimal, that? Okay, let me look at the other one. Why do I have 89 there? That's that minus 31. Doesn't look right. Okay. They're never more than 10 apart. In fact, most of them are only off by a couple.
So maybe it's a number?
first one is off by 1. The second one, he is 101, so... 108. Wait. 1, 7... It's 101, right? 1, 7, 4. 1, 7, 4. Alright, 189. What is 89 separated by that? 89 is uppercase Y. It's supposed to be D. It's 11. There's a huge Twitch argument going on, and I'm not sure what... I missed part of it, so I don't feel like I could communicate.
Basically, Dark Electro seems upset that there's a particular streamer that is making big money out of cleavage, apparently. And he seems upset about that. But to be honest, it's a market economy. If Twitch allow it and there's demand for it, there will be supply.
Well, I personally would not enjoy that kind of audience interaction.
No, but then again, some people do. And like I say, if there's demand for it and somebody willing to supply it and it's legal, it's going to happen. It's just the way things do. And if you don't like it, stay away. So, I don't get upset that it exists. If Twitch don't mind, it's not my problem.
See, what's weird about the D Litro password is that the values of them are all really close-ish, maybe. I don't... 89, 98, 87, 99, 88, 89, 88, which feels a little too tightly packed for...
So more of a sequence than a...
Yeah, let me look at the... oh, wait. I didn't even think about that. Let's look at something that doesn't have a password. I believe they actually have...
Oh, yeah. See what it is in there.
Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's still 7. 164. 371. 180, 769. 160, 727. 182. 591. 162. 549. 164. 164,371 and 162,549. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's double check them backwards. 162,549, 164,371, 162,549, 182,591, 160,727, 180,769, 164,371. It is literally the word encoded. All uppercase.
Fantastic.
So maybe these are somehow combined together. 15 minutes. So, if we've got that, let's compare that to the other one. So that is 20. So we've got an uppercase E, which is at 69, and then we've got a lowercase d, which is at 100. That's 31 apart. So let's assume that that's 31. So let's do, we've got a 90, wait, 78, right? 78. Excuse me. And then we've got an L, which is 108. 30. How do I fucking spell that name? L-E-A, so that'd be 79, right? It's 87, not that. Let's rerun this with that. We don't actually care to have you. We want your value. Let's put that on one line because we want to be slightly happier about that. SH temp 3. Minus 67 is what? Okay, let me think about that. Why did that happen? What was I on? I was on 87 minus 67? 87 minus 67? 99. 79. This is... Okay, so... Are you ready for this?
Go right ahead.
So
What is it?
on the
What have
one
you discovered?
Well, on the one that's the DeLaTro password, the 7 whatever, the gap between the word encoded and what's in there is 20 for each one.
Right.
Which no, that doesn't. I mean, to me that doesn't make sense. To me that maybe means that they're just take. Do they add up the total value of the fucking letters? I don't.
20. 20 doesn't make sense though, does it?
I know. Well, let me try with the other one, the beep. Let's do the temp, the other one. Temp.sh. Let's see if what the gap is on that one. 99 minus 69. Wait. 30. 78.
I can't think of an obvious way that it could end up as 20.
108 minus 78. And the one that's beep beep is 30.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a checksum of the fucking
Yeah,
characters
could well be.
together?
Or is it adding up the difference between the characters?
Well, it can't. Maybe. Let's see.
That's the only thing I can think of that would render that kind of range of numbers.
Let's see. 98. Well, It would have to wrap around somehow because then the number would be too far off to be for the.
So what was beep beep? Because that would have been...
That's 30. While DeLaTro is 20.
What's E to P? What's the difference between E and P? Have you got that written down?
E and P. E and P. Why E and P?
Would that be the difference between E and P? Would that be
Where'd the P come from?
beep beep? I'm just trying. Beep B, isn't it? Beep B, because there's no second. There's no last P on it because it doesn't. It doesn't do the last P. So I'm thinking that would be. No, that wouldn't do 30.
Well, I can enter the password without that last P anyway.
Yeah. But I said that if it's the difference between the characters, that wouldn't add up to 30 because the difference between E and P, you've got B to E, which is 3, and then everything else, all of the other E's are essentially
0.
0. The only differences you've got then is you've got E to P and then P to E, wrapping around the top.
Yeah.
That adds up. Hang on.
Well,
Does
what?
that add up?
I assume there's some kind of wraparound going on.
Yeah, my brain just added. Hold on, because E to P and then P to E again is going to be 26, isn't it?
Let's see. That's
Because you're coming back to E. Doesn't matter where you're going via.
7. So they're separated by 5. If you're going.
But if you wrap all the way around, if you go E to P and then P back to E wrapping around the top, it's always going to be 26 because you're going all the way around the alphabet.
Yeah.
And B to E was 3. So that makes 29, which is a
However,
bit close to 30.
The problem is I have entered at least one passcode that has uppercase letters.
Ah. And it was case sensitive.
Well, I can test that out. No, they are not case sensitive.
29's close enough to 30 for me to think that maybe they start counting at 0 or something. Oh.
However, adding characters past the... Adding a 9th character somehow seems to break it. No, 9th character doesn't break it. Let's try 10 and 11. Alright, 11 broke it.
Right, so there's some kind of character length limit on what you can pass it.
Actually, it looks like 9 may be the limit. Or maybe numbers break it.
If it is a substitution that only uses lowercase alpha characters, then numbers would break it. So
It looks like
symbols.
It looks like 9 is the limit. Actually, well, huh. So the final P is somehow, or the 8th character is somehow used.
Oh, what for?
I don't
How
know
did you use
because B E capital P E capital P works. B E P capital, basically, the P's are capital. Putting an R in that at the very end, so it's beep, beep, or beep. Wait, am I? Oh, I think I broke the fucking thing somehow. Hold on. Wait, this may actually reveal even more. Does that work?
Oh, a failure is a valid scientific result.
Okay, whoa. This is decoding with the wrong password. That's B peep, not
yeah,
beep
you
beep.
forgot, yeah, you didn't. You forgot the B, didn't you? And it decoded it. So it's not even doing all 7.
So there's probably only like 12 working
Is
passwords
it
in this.
4? Is it only doing the first 4?
No, because if I take that away, I don't think it'll work.
Can you replace everything else with A's, for instance, and see what it does?
I think there's only like 20 different potential passwords, like 26 password, or 26 outcomes for these numbers. So it's very. I think I just happened to hit on
You've got
something.
clashes.
Yeah.
You've got clashes. So you've just got to come up with something that has the same offset to work.
Yeah. Which means technically I should just be able to try all characters A and then B and then C and then D all the way through the thing. Maybe. We'll see.
It still depends how many it's actually. See, I was just thinking there that because you were spamming stuff in and it was working, what is the actual password for this file?
According to the thing that I found, it's beep beep.
Right, so try... And it was decoding with just the initial beep being correct, and then after that you just had E's, because it should be a B and then an E. So it's actually it was working with only the first 4 characters correct.
Let's try the 4.
So can you try replacing all of the other characters that weren't correct with any other character, like an A, for instance? Is it only checking the first 4 characters?
It does not appear to be
And then
so.
checking that it's padding. For the rest, it's got to be over a certain length to pass one check, and then it's only checking the first 4 characters. So like B E E P A A A A, does it decode then?
It may be somewhat case sensitive though, because beep beep all uppercase does not work. So I think it may just be something with the there's just a high collision count.
Yeah, it's a small set that it's being reduced to.
So I'm just going to try all 26 lowercase letters and see what I get.
It's worth a try.
If I get this to decode, then we can see...
It's a small enough sample set that if you can do this, you're through everything.
Yeah, and then we also know what, by using this letter, we can... But yeah.
This is the skeleton key, if you can figure this out.
I need to use the letter I, because I forgot it. H-I-J... Q R S T U V W X Y.
It's just occurred to me actually that the way you're playing this game is much closer to actual hacking than they actually
I know.
intended you to play it. Which is just such a nerdy way to play it. It's beautiful. It's encapsulated just nicely.
Okay, let's think about this. How would that equal? I mean, could it just be straight up?
Does it just take an integer?
Yeah, I just tried to do 30 and that didn't work. Because that's what its offset seems to be. Okay.
Try the beat password, but try changing each letter in the password. Just only one letter at a time and see if it fails on certain letters, because it might only be checking a couple of characters in the password.
I'm also I have a thought. Let's see this. Wow. Okay. That's functioning. What causes this to break?
See there's quite a wide margin you can hit. It's obviously not checking all the characters.
Or it's
Or when it's being reduced down, the sample set is so wide that you can get a couple of characters off by a few characters and it doesn't care.
yeah.
So try changing that B to a Z, that first B to a Z, and
Well-
see if it throws it off. And then try changing it to something in the middle of the alphabet, like an
Hold on. I'm
like an S.
So that's able to change by 2. This is so weird.
There is something strange going on here. This is a rabbit hole I feel we can get to the bottom of.
Yeah. So somehow these are all equaling the same number once it's calculated out. It could be that not every character is used.
It's either not checking all characters, or it's being reduced down so much that there's actually it's essentially like a kind of fuzzy password.
Yeah.
It just has to be somewhere in the range.
I'm trying to see if there's any way I can break this second letter, and I can't.
Oh, so it does allow numbers.
Yeah.
Which might mean it's just not checking that character at all.
Yeah.
Loki, that's a very good point. This is exactly why you don't write your own encryption methods.
It almost feels like every other character is utilized.
It's checking every other one, yeah.
Which explains why I was able to leave the P off, because that's a character that isn't even
Because if it's only checking the odd numbered characters, the 8th character's never checked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's working.
And you still have some leeway. Actually, does this even matter?
So we're down to 3 characters.
We're down to 2. You haven't got up
Right,
yet.
so that's 52 options that would leave us then.
So the 3rd and the 5th character are the only ones that seem to matter.
And they can't even be off by 1 or it fails.
Not that I've been able to see.
So there you go, there's only 52 passwords.
So something between E and B equals something. Let's see here. What's the gap between them?
E, B, C, D each 3 after, so 23. If you wrap around.
Well, you have to wrap around in ASCII, which means because I can use numbers, I can use characters and stuff. So the gap could be 30.
Are you sure? Are you sure that it's not that everything else isn't just padding and it's only because it's only checking the 3rd and the 5th? Are the 3rd and the 5th just lowercase letters? We can't. We're not sure what that size is, are we? We're not sure what's valid and what's not.
B.
So it's not even. Oh no, it is actually checking that those are alphanumeric. And it's alphanumeric including uppercase, but it doesn't care about. Can you change the E or the F to uppercase, and does it still decrypt? So we can check whether it's actually case sensitive with the E and the F. Oh, E and the B, sorry.
Yeah, it is case sensitive, it seems, on those characters.
Right. So that doubles our sample size then. So that leaves that's 104 options if you go through all combinations of those. That's assuming it's just upper and lowercase.
All right, let's try the D. Latro password on that one. I gotta get back into that system. Staff. Decipher. Personal notes. .deck. DLEATROU. Because maybe the characters that are consistent are not the same.
How do you mean?
Maybe it's not always the 3rd and the 5th. Let's see. Okay, that one did not work with the 3rd and the 5th. Well, let's make sure I have the password right. Maybe I typed it wrong to begin with. Let's see. Let's set you to a 0. Let's make sure I didn't mess this up somehow. Oh, wait, maybe this one is fine. I may have just typed it wrong. So this one should break. Oh no, this one's decoding. This is different.
Uh-oh, so... Hang on. So do you think maybe it's always checking the third character and then it's doing some kind of an offset after that?
Maybe. Especially because... Let's see. Yeah, this one, it's the third and the... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... And the 7th. And... They would be 2 letters off. Like, maybe it's always the second character, and that dictates what the third character would be.
Yeah.
And then it uses the numbers for that. Let's think on this. So E is 101. And then the O is 111. Those are 10 apart. What was the other one that we had? It was
B and E, but it was just 3 and 5.
Yeah. Okay, let's think.
Can we try a third option that doesn't have E as the third character?
What was that?
Can we try a third option for decrypting something? One that doesn't have E as a third character, because both of these have E as a third character.
That is true. Shit. Are there any other ones that I still have that let's see what I wrote down. There was something that had a password of Believe It, but I wasn't able to find that. That's Vapor's password. Tectonic. There may have been something in the... Where is that place?
You know, it could be something really stupid, and E is always the third character. No, because Danger was one. That was
well,
right.
no, Danger
was a
wasn't
password
one.
to something.
Danger
wasn't.
Danger was his account login, but the Terminator one I haven't figured out yet. But actually, I do know the where's. Though also we have other oh. Let me go back into this one. This guy does double encryption. Which means, but he uses the same password. So maybe the second layer does something different.
Maybe the second layer is checking different characters.
Yeah, that's what I want to. Let's put this in here.
Sounds plausible.
201439, 201439, 217. 891 197 849 197 849 219 713 199 671 201 493 199 671. No, they're the same.
How do you mean? Sorry,
The version of the password encrypted form or whatever written down in the second file is the same as the one in the other one. So that means the contents of the file or the names of the file doesn't seem to matter, which is good. That's good. But let's also verify that the encryption does do what we expect it to do. I hope I named that right. Let's see. Zero zero E1230. There we go. Let's get it correct this time. Yeah, it seems to follow the same behavior of the third and the seventh character.
I still can't figure out what's controlling which character it checks second. Completely. I can't figure out the logic behind it yet.
Well, the first one is D, and it, okay. So the third one is consistent. No, the third one's an E. That's right. Wait a minute. What was the gap on the other one? Beep, beep. Third and 5. There was another password, but I don't remember how I got it. Because it was a long one. It was. Oh wait, no. I have an email on this. Yes. I think it was in this one. Yeah, it was the trace kill. We've got DX122DX.
Well, if that's the case, then a number would be the third character.
Let me go back to that server and grab the raw one there then. cptracekill.deck. DC, home. Let's get the raw numbers out of here. One 197-938 177 896 199 670 179 718 181 540 179 718 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 179 718 181 540 179 718 199 760 177 896 197 938 181 540. Minus 78. Alright, so these are separated by 9.
And 9. What was the password again? It was 1 as the third character, and then... Did you check which ones it's checking?
I will do that now. DX122DX. Verify I didn't break that. Alright, let's go back to the beginning here. Zero, zero, one.
Okay, so third character still confirmed.
Yeah. Okay, so this one is 3rd and 7th. Are we maybe doing something wrong with the beep beep?
I'm just thinking, is it a possibility that it's actually checking the offset between 3, 5, and 7? But as long as it's a 0, and I used different letters before, didn't you? You used like X's and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that pokes a hole in my argument. There's a possibility. I just can't see what's making it switch between 5 and 7, so I was thinking maybe it can be 5 or 7, and it's the offset that counts, so it's because it's just doing addition, then it doesn't matter about the actual order, it just matters about the mathematical result.
However, beep beep is special in that its 3rd and 7th character are the same. which means it may bump back to the 5th because if the characters are equal, so there's the actual answer
If
would
the
be
offset
0,
is 0,
then
yeah.
it has to jump back until it does. So it probably does
Yeah.
the 3rd character and the last character that it encodes, which is always the 7th.
If 0 go back to the 5th.
Yeah. Or no, if 0, go back 1, because it's 2 E's in a row.
Oh, yeah, that could work, and then just recurse back until you find an offset.
Yeah. And it eventually would explode when you hit yourself, but... Meaning you couldn't have a password of all E's. So that means that it's really only the distance between the two characters that we're getting.
Yeah, yeah. Which would make sense given the range of numbers you've been looking at.
So, what is the actual... It's 1 in X in this one. 1 in uppercase X. So let's look at that, and this is somehow equals 9. 1 is decimal 49, and uppercase X is decimal 88.
See, the issue we have now is we don't know whether it's counting the integers, the numbers at like 0 to 9 at the start or at the end, or whether there's actually any punctuation it's got in there as well that's legal.
I'm going to assume that it starts with decimal 32, which is space. Maybe it starts at decimal 33, which is the exclamation point.
Just assume ASCII layout.
Yeah. So in that regard, they are 39 apart. Which would actually put it at 7. So maybe they skip. Alright, let's go back to B and E. So that's 98 and 101. Is 3. 127 minus. Okay. Oh, let's think. Think, brain. So this one was gapped by 9. Let's try the following. Okay, that does not. So if I increase that by 1 and then increase that both of them by 1, then it doesn't work.
Right, so it's not entirely offset then. Maybe there's a starter seed, which is the offset from 0 of the first number or something like that.
Whoops. I wonder. 38. 39. Alright. This has to make sense somehow. I think those are the only 3 passwords I have. So that one's gone.
At least you know if you get completely stuck and you have to brute force it, there's only 2 or possibly 3 characters you have to work with, which puts it within the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
What might be it? I mean, I don't know. It'd be brute forcey, but you have to be really interested to try it. But see if there's an alternative for Beep Beep that works with different characters. By changing the 7th character to see if you can find one that actually has the same effect as the 5th character working. Can you try moving the B to the end? Does that work? So you have, instead of E
I haven't
and B,
tried transposing the characters.
instead of E and B as 3 and 5, you put E and B as 3 and 7. Does it still work?
I'm actually curious what happens if it ends there too. Okay.
There could be a minimum length.
B. B. Oops. Trying to get it all broken first. And make sure I'm not screwing up.
Well, at least make sure the previous tests are repeatable and
Yeah.
we weren't confused.
Maybe we were confused. Maybe we... Because this is the 3rd and 7th on this one. Let me try to break the ones in the middle. Maybe it needs to be E to realize that it's... Okay, so it maybe... But that means it doesn't bounce back 1, it has to bounce back 2. Because that one doesn't work. Set the P to an O. So maybe we somehow got it to calculate correctly. Ah, okay. So we accidentally found the correct thing by having the E and the B.
Oh, we accidentally found an alternative that works.
Yeah.
Ah.
Somehow. I don't remember.
Well,
I don't remember
that
what character I
seriously-
put there.
That seriously shortens the set of possible working passwords then, because that moves us only
So-
down to...
If the 3rd and the 7th character are all that matters, and they're both the same, when they're both the same, they equal 30. That may mean something. Which means 30 would be 0, or max. Some way to think about it.
So what was the number offset of the Beep Beep one? Did you say it was 30?
Yeah, let me double check that. I think that is the temp one. Okay, so... Yeah, 30. 30 across the board. And the other one is 20. That's the DeLatro one.
Still can't see an easy way to work backwards from the number to the letters because I can't see the connection between them. I'm trying different maths in my head, but it's not coming out as as 30 from E and E. I can't figure out a way that that would work out. There's some strange maths going on. I also can't see how the B would work as the 5th character.
So 1 and X.
We are trying to reverse engineer one line of code here.
Yeah. Okay, wait, this, okay, so the gap is, alright, so the decimal value of ASCII 1 is 49, the decimal value of ASCII upper X is 88. So that is a gap of
39.
39. Now, if 30 is 0, and the gap in the code here is 9, 39 makes sense.
Yeah, that's your 9 is your padding and 30 is what you're left with.
So you would shift up by 30. Okay. The other one was 20, and that was what was the it was.
That's where I fall down though, because for E and E, you're offset 0.
DC. Let me go to the deck mainframe here and run this guy's crap again. Home. Where is he? Too many logs. Okay, it's possible that one of these things may be encoded by somebody else. Like there might be an A carry in here. I can double check that one if I can find it. In fact, I think lawsuit response may be that one. No, it's not. Zero, zero. Four, five, six. Okay, so E and O. 1, 1, 1. No, that does make sense. Because ASCII O is 111, ASCII E is 101, so the gap between those is 10. So you have 30 subtracted by 10 gives you that. The 20 that's separated by.
Okay, so try a password that shouldn't work if we didn't know this rule. So try picking a random character for the first one and then picking a character for the second one that makes it work.
Okay. She is 103. Um, 113. Q and G? That doesn't work. Maybe there's...
Try it without a wraparound.
I didn't have a wrapper.
No, because you're going Q to G. Yeah, instead of going Q to G, can Oh, you going to G to Q? Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm only just seeing the screen update now. Well, you said Q to G.
Yeah,
I
no,
thought it
I
meant
did
you were
it.
wrapping
I
around the
did
top
it
of the alphabet.
backwards.
My bad.
So E. To O. Alright, let me try that on one of these others here. 88 minus 49 minus 30. 101 minus 101 minus 112 minus Okay, let's think. Thinking. Alright, so we've got the X, which is 88, minus the 1, which was 49, which gives us 39, which minus the 30 would give us 9, which is what the offset is. When we have E, we've got 101 minus 101, and then we subtract, we get negative 30. So the absolute value, that would be 30, which maybe that could be part of the calculation. For the de Latro one, we've got the... How the fuck do I spell that? It's E, which is... Well, O, where's O? O is 111 minus 101. That gives us 10, which minus 30 would give us negative 20, which the absolute value of which would be the 20 that it has as its offset. So we need to get 20 as the offset.
And if this works, the next test is to try this on one that we have no idea what the password is.
So 112 minus 30 is 82, which is uppercase R. Does not make sense to my brain right there.
No, it doesn't. I tried to work that out and it didn't come out as that.
I'm getting ortho. No, I'm getting. You're sick of my shit. I feel like I'm so close. She's giving me the eyes. God damn. I said 45 minutes ago that it'd be 10 minutes. Was it longer than that? No, it wasn't. It was almost not.
Yeah. Blame me, it is essentially my fault. I'm terrible at this. I'm egging you on for it all, and I really should have been in bed about 2 hours ago as well, so...
Alright, why did my brain not work with that? So we've got... I picked... Oh, that's because I did 122. So it should be 92. I'm not even sure if I have this right anymore as far as spacing. 122 minus 30 is 92. Which is... God damn it. Ah, fuck. Wait, no, I'm completely not doing this right. Hold on. I'm also tired.
Yeah, maths is not easy when tired. It gets gradually harder the tireder you get.
Oh, 101 minus 101 is 10. So wait, now this shouldn't make sense because then just shifting it by 1 in each direction would cause it to function. But this maths out correctly.
Maybe there's just an extra filter rule that we're missing. So it works whenever we're managing to miss that filter rule by random chance.
Oh, the devs have screwed up a lot. But, well, I mean, there's obviously something with the way they're doing this to where that number is red, I feel.
We're close.
Wait,
to
wait,
something
wait,
here.
wait, wait.
There's a solution.
Let me check something else. So this creates what?
I've got that breakthrough feeling.
Layer 2.deck. No, get me there. Cat lawsuit response underscore layer 2.deck 93995. One 39545. 4 5. One nine nine 671 455. So that should be that. It's not. Okay. I'm trying to see if the encoded numbers line up to some kind of consistent gap. Like it just subtract a certain number from them, but that does not seem to be the case.
The only thing that jumps to mind is maybe they're not using ASCII.
That is a possibility, because that means the jump of 10 is kind of far, or 20 is kind of far.
It would mean it's making sense when we're staying within lowercase characters, for instance, but whenever it's looping out of that, it's the order of characters outside that that's throwing us off.
Like it may not have, but that would, because the math makes sense.
It's close.
That.
It's nearly there.
Yeah.
There's a little something that's just throwing it off a bit, and unfortunately, that's enough.
Well, it's hard to read, but I may have part of the code for this. Oh. Wait, is this?
Is that actually the passcode checking?
I don't know. My brain doesn't work. There's the 1822.
Hold on. Let me see if I can wake up and do this one. This should be my area. This is C++.
There's a U-short max value that's defined. If we can find that, that may be useful. Because it's divided by
what's
2.
Multiplied by 1822. What's going on there?
Well, the whoops, I just closed my window there. That's the numbers are multiplied by 1822. That's how I've been able to read the header, by basically multiplying by 1822 and then taking the ASCII value of that.
So taking max value over 2 plus the passcode.
Plus the passcode. Which is just a number as far as I can tell, like 10 or 9 or 30.
Yeah.
I have some more code. Let me back up here. This it's not all visible, it looks like. I can scroll down.
But yeah, this is looping through every character and it's checking every character, but I'd have to... Oh, hang on. Yeah, you'd have to work this backwards.
Oh wait,
whoa.
But
yeah, this should have the information.
It tries the password encoded. It's partially cut off on the side. It splits out the passcode. And then it passes it to the...
What's it passing the passcode as here? Can we find out a variable type for that? Is the passcode a string? Or is it an int? Is it already working the passcode out to an integer before this?
It's a U-short.
Right, okay. So where is it doing that conversion into the short?
Somewhere outside of what I have, it looks like. That's something we've already... Wait, have we looked at this?
What the crap? This can't actually be the code because it's taking a short as your second. This is wrapped. It's wrapped before you're typing it, so there's something else happening. Because decrypt doesn't take those arguments. See, this shouldn't allow you to use a character string or as your second argument there, because it's only accepting a U short.
Yeah, so at some point the password is turned into something
where's
else.
that conversion happening? According to this, that conversion's happening outside this, but if this is literally just the function that your two arguments are just sent to when you're typing in at the shell, then the conversion to a number is happening in the shell. That doesn't make sense.
Alright, is this one any different? No, I think we looked at this one.
Oh, decrypt string. This is it. Hold on, this could be it.
Oh.
Get passcode from string pass. Where's that? Scroll down, find me that function.
There may not be that function.
No, that's the one you want. That's the name of the function we want. Decrypt passcode from string. Maybe. Oh, hold on. What's this? Well, that's just processing the headers.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything else. But it's passing stuff on. See, that's how you're creating your short there. But it's that function get passcode from string that we need to find. Because if we can find that if we can make a passcode that matches that, if we can find something, if we can essentially bypass that function, then we're in.
Let's check out what I did on the not the drop server. Where is it? was the Crossroads server. Have we looked at this before? I think... This looks like what we had before.
Yeah. It's still that get passcode from string function that we want. Are we going to get any idea of scope from this? Has it got includes at the top or anything like that?
No.
No.
There might be something useful on the Deck Solutions mainframe. Especially under J. Scott. And that was something that broke it when I named it that, so I have to name that something else. And I think we looked at this before.
Yeah, it's already a shot by the time it gets to that point. So, there will be a vulnerability in that if you sit and look at it, but I don't think it's one we can exploit because we already need the passcode is already. We can't control that at this point. We're close, but we can't quite figure it out.
And the numbers that we found so far are all really low numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, because with the short, it could be 16,000, whatever. But all the numbers we're finding are very low.
Well, you're talking sub 50 low integers.
Yeah.
Which is what made us think that it's within 2 loops of the alphabet.
What if...
Hold on, what's this? Just looking at this, right, and assuming a programming style from this, there's one line in this that's very suspicious. Int current car equals convert to int 32 input I. And input I is just going to be...
the character. This is where it's actually doing
Yeah.
the 1822 division kind of crap.
Yeah, but this is just using convert to int on...
The character.
An input is
yeah.
Yeah, it's a...
It's a straight character conversion, so it's almost certainly ASCII text.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's pretty much... But, hang on. Is it ASCII? Is it Unicode? And does Unicode do it differently?
Well, everything thus far has been 7-bit, at least 7-bit ASCII, because none of the values I've come across would be over 127. So it could be Unicode, it could be because UTF-8 at this point it would be indistinguishable based on how they're
It would be,
arranged.
yeah. Well, in theory, it was meant to be. Or it was designed to be, but...
Well, with the examples we have, we wouldn't be able to distinguish them.
I'm just trying to think if they've taken a shortcut somewhere that we haven't thought of. You know, something stupid like having copied the numbers from escape codes in character map or something. Because there's...
Well, they seem to take something about two characters. They combine them in some way that is not straight addition or subtraction.
It's odd.
And if you use the same character, you end up with 30. At least if the same character is an E.
No matter what I do no matter what I do with trying to turn this function around in my head, it's still not figuring out what the passcode is, and that's still our sticking point. Because even if we can figure out exactly what this is doing, you've already figured out an alternate method that comes to the same solution. So if in a way you've basically already reduced the maths of this down to its minimum.
I think we need like one more example.
Hmm.
I don't have one more example. Let me double check the DeckNet server again. Because I believe that people had some memos. The mainframe, that's what I want. Login.
We're looking for essentially sort of a 5 to 10 line code snippet, or a code file with that function buried in the middle of it somewhere. And of that code snippet, it's going to be 2 or 3 lines that matter to us.
Please be passcoded. No.
Yeah, Loki, that's what popped up in my head when we were talking about whether it was C# or C++, or whether it's Unicode or ASCII, or whether there's something else going on. Because if it's C++, ASCII is entirely possible. Yeah, I'd assume a C# too, but there's not enough includes for it actually to work as C#. But to be honest, most of the code in this seems very loose and crazy and brute force anyway, so it doesn't make sense of the coding style for them to use nice libraries and includes.
I swear there are more encrypted files, but I haven't come across any yet. These people aren't following that one guy's suggestion of always having it be that. He's the only one who... Okay, now we had the... There's the Terminator 2 stuff.
It's hiding in plain sight, guarantee it. We've either scrolled past it, or we've looked at it, or we've looked at it but only looked at the wrong half, or something like that.
Danger's too short. It's only 6 characters. Oh, shit. No. Okay. I put a period on it.
No, I just when you did that, I just thought it was the exclamation marker thing. But no, danger full stop. But danger comma.
Yeah, I tried danger full stop.
Do you try to 0? Just pad it.
I did. Yeah, you can get missions to like change people's degrees. Though I'm kind of off the track. All right. Well, do we even know the numerical cap on this one? I don't think I've done this one. Uh, 164371.
We never knew the password to the screenplay, did we?
180769 160727 182591 162 549 164 371. I didn't properly space these out. Boop. Boop. Wait, I only did 6. Oh, I missed one, that's why. 16... No, self. 162... 549. Okay.
You found something?
The version of the T2 screenplay on this guy's server is not encoded.
Right.
But the one I have a version of it that is. Not encoded, but I mean, isn't...
Oh, so you didn't need to give it a passcode. You could just decipher
yeah. Titanic 2, Iceberg's Revenge.
it. Wasn't there a film called Raise the Titanic?
I don't know. Let me go find...
I bizarrely remember watching that, I think.
So let's look at the version of this that is the T2 screenplay one that is... So this one probably is Danger. And I just never tried it. Let's take a look at this. 206, 206, 222, 604, 202, 562, 224426, 204, 384, 206, 206, 204, 384. So these are separated by 30 as well. Wait, no. Wait. No, I did the wrong one, didn't I? Yeah, I'm just a derp. That's why.
Because if it had turned out it was 30, then maybe the other password would have worked.
92.
I mean, the thing is, we don't know the way to turn the password into the passcode.
Yeah.
But if we have another file that has the same passcode, we should be able to use a known password.
Yeah, let me go here. Home, decipher, danger. Okay, so that one is danger, which is a little strange because the last character is null, so it's a 6-character password. So we need to figure out how this is broken. And the gap is 23. The first character seems to be required.
Another edge case.
The second does not. Duger.
Donger. I'm seeing on the screen at the moment.
It looks like those are the two that are necessary. Let's find out. Okay, so in this one, it's the first and the third.
So it's some combination of the odd-numbered characters then, and there's some transformation on them. I think it might be a version of your idea that it tries characters until it finds something that matches. So it might be trying 1 and then 3 and then 5. And something to do with our previous ones means that the 1-3 link isn't working, so it's jumping to 3-5. I can't find anything that's different between this password and the beep beep one.
Well, I mean, it is able to calculate what the offset should be at the beginning, so it knows that it's 23 off. Or, in this case, 23. So maybe it does them backwards somehow?
You're thinking it works from the end of the...
Well, because it isn't really, you know, this software wasn't actually encrypted by that, as far as we know. So it could be that it's completely bonkers in its actual implementation.
Well, that's entirely possible, because everything we've seen so far is at least completely strange.
However, it needs... Does it need the certain number of characters?
Previous ones have failed when you've gone below 7, but which is why it's a surprise this one's working with 6.
Okay, this works with 5 characters. Maybe it's... What if it's not the third? Those were just, well, it looks like 7 is the max. So what if it chooses the 7th character by default, unless there isn't a 7th character? Like, maybe it's the last character and the 2 characters back? Unless it can't be? You know, starting from the end, not from the beginning.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure it out, but but when you were trying the beep beep one, you tried putting different arbitrary characters on the end and it was still working.
And that kind of breaks this one. Let's try more zeros. Don't know. Okay, so when this is a 7th one with a thing there, it breaks. But when it's at 6, it does not. Huh. So, some of this more of this is maybe important than we realize.
There is a rule we're missing, but
And this rule somehow breaks down to 23.
so what was the least number of characters that you've tried? Can you just give it a 23 and then pad it out with previous zeros until it gets to the minimum and see if it'll just take a number?
What do you mean?
Try giving it a passcode directly, but just padding it out at the start with leading zeros. So try giving it like 00023 or something like that, and see if it'll take it. Because when you were trying giving it passcodes directly before, it didn't. I don't think that was one you tried.
Doesn't seem to.
I don't. It probably wouldn't make sense because if it is just doing
it's taking the
conversion
ASCII
that we think
value
it's
of that.
doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think if there's something simpler than what we've thought of.
There might be. Did that just function?
Holy crap. This is, exactly something simpler than what we've thought of.
All right, what's the gap on when these other ones here? We've got the beep beep. Which one is that? That's the D. Where the hell am I? What's the name of that goddamn file? I know. I think I just had a breakthrough. Come on, come on. Wait, was this 130? What did I do on the other one? Slash 23. I can't believe that worked. Why did that work?
It's hard to understand why that worked.
I know, I know. I'm on an excellent roll right now, Manny. What do you want? Okay, let's think. Why did this work? Is this even the right thing? Was 30 even the right one for that?
30 was beep beep.
Let's see if beep beep still works. Maybe I've accidentally touched the wrong file. Yeah, beep beep does work. Why did that work?
So why does slash 23 work for beep beep?
Well, no, it doesn't work for beep beep.
Was it?
That
So
works
what
for
was
that works for danger.
Slash 23 is danger, then. Okay. Fucking this game.
Maybe slash 23 just works for everything. Let's give that a shot. I don't know.
It's just stupid enough to work. That could, yeah. Yeah.
This does not make sense. But at least we know that you can have 3-character passcodes.
There's no length limit. It just has to be valid.
What if I just put in the 23rd character? And we tried, because we tried the upper, the higher. What would 23 in ASCII be? That is a character I can't get to, because that's too low. Unless it starts earlier. And 30 is the highest number we've had, which would be the record separator character.
Well, if you go by escape character codes, it would be what you call the pound sign, what in British is the hash sign.
No, that's 35.
Escape 23 is what in character map is called the number sign.
Oh yeah. That's yes. Let's try that.
It's a wacky side route, but it's worth a try.
That is functioning. I don't understand that.
Well, you see, it's a Windows game.
Okay.
And if he was looking for codes for things, did he just open the character map?
So that's telling me that... does that mean it would be 0 for the hex one of that?
Hold on. Yeah.
No, it's not that.
Well, if you're going by these character codes, then 30, which was... 30 is digit 0.
Yeah, I just tried digit 0 and that did not
that
work
didn't
on
work.
the one that's beep beep. Let me try a /. Maybe it's somehow like subtracting by 1 or some shit.
Possibly. Oh, hang on. Well, escape code's a hex.
Yeah, that's what I was...
Which would mean asterisk is the 30th.
Oh. You are correct. Let's see what happens. Asterisk does not work. Bleh. That does not appear to function.
No, Chad, we're not going to look at the game files. That's cheating.
That's
what we're
too
going
cheating.
to do is we're going to brute force it from the inside of the game.
Yeah.
This is the better way to play the game. It's
Yeah.
not the right way, but we don't care. It's fun.
This is a far more entertaining way. I am extracting far more value out of this game than it was probably ever able to provide, even the developer. Okay,
Playing
well,
games in an unintended way. It's
now
brilliant.
we've got 20 is space, and one of them was 20. Which one was 20? 20 was the one that's on the douchebag server. I'm just gonna try space. That may have some input processing errors. Let's find out. Where is that? There we go. Decipher personal notes.dec DLEATRU. Let's verify I have the right file first, and then we are going to try space. No. Okay, let's try 2 quotes in the space. Space. And we'll try /20. That does not function. Why did /23 work? It's so weird.
I can't understand. I'm still pondering that.
No kidding, no.
Well, Loki, we've seen that whoever wrote this likes doing string trims.
Kitty, no kitty. No. Let's see if it's actually processing that like that. Let me try /023. No, that doesn't function. That may be treated as octal then. When it's prefixed by a 0, maybe? I don't know. I'm not a C-sharpy person. No, that doesn't function. Why does /23 work? Does not make sense.
No, it doesn't. I don't understand.
Well, let me see if it's just /2, /3, you know, because, you know, we've had a lot of things that character-wise /03 works as well. So let's assume that those are the 2 characters. So we've got a /, which is a... It's / right now. Backslash is 92. And 3 51. Minus 2 is... So that would give us 11, not 23. So... Gosh.
I'm going through all the different character sets now, trying to find one that matches up.
It's not gonna be in fucking Eptic or whatever the hell that IBM character set is. That's the world's greatest encryption setup right there. Just convert everything.
We'll find out the whole thing is just ROT 13, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Okay. So yeah, the middle character doesn't matter in this one. It's just back, you know, /3 or slash. Can you use /3? It would have been so awesome if I could just pass in the numerical value I want. Yes.
Yeah,
it takes spaces as well.
So it accepts spaces. So what's special about \3 then?
Nothing. It takes tildes. I mean, they're characters that exist and are... Could it just be adding up the, like, straight up, like, just fucking XORing the characters and then doing something to make sure that it's below a certain value?
That's a possibility, or it could be looping through all the characters in the alphabet that it's dropped into an array and then assigning a number to each one that way. I mean, it could be, you know, it could be doing it any number of wacky ways.
Alright, well that's 47. Wait, that's... \. No, it's not 47. That one is...
It could get pretty fruity if they wanted to, I mean.
51.
But assuming they're just sticking with arrays as the most complicated structure.
What else do we have besides 51? We've got the \, which is 92. So that would be... 29. Alright, so if I just XOR those, I get 29. When they're separated by 23. Wait, did I do that right? No, I didn't do that right.
No, I'm getting a bunch of different numbers.
I get 58.
I can get to 41 as well, but I can't get to 30 or 23.
And there's something with... and sometimes characters don't matter. But not always the same way and the same time. Kitty. No. Oh God. All right.
Yes, it's now 4:30. We do
Yeah,
have to put a bookend on this somewhere.
This is a perfect time to stop. I will think about this tomorrow. I have these numbers in my head drilled in.
This is gonna
at
drift
work,
around in my brain all night as well.
supposedly working on some crap I need to work on for work, but instead, I will be mathematically calculating things until I get this to fucking work.
You're all of a sudden going to stand up in the middle of a crowded room and shout, "I've figured it out!" and then run out of the room. Try and write it down.
I'll be in the middle of a meeting, like, oh crap, this is important. I gotta go.
Screw your unimportant business matters. I've figured out part of a game that I was trying to figure out.
All right, save, close, quit. I don't even have time to do my normal outro stuff. We'll just shorten it quickly. Yes, this is one of my favorite streams in a long time.
It's been good fun.
I have to make Ortho like all the foods on the planet because she's been giving me the doesn't give a fuck face for like 2 hours. Okay, all right. I will see you all later. I may not be able to stream tomorrow, but I should on Thursday and probably Friday and then probably Saturday and then probably Sunday until this thing is done. All right, later.
Bye-bye.